And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicenda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard, and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is to help amazing designers find great players who love their games, help amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun way to do that, sitting down with those designers and playing their games. Today, we're playing Bastards by Micah Anderson. Micah, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do? Tell us also a little bit about Bastards.
Well, I do a little bit of game design, a lot of layout. That's pretty much it. You can find me on my Twitter at Micaholism. I sometimes post about relevant things there. Usually not, but sometimes. Bastards is just a light little retro game kind of feel. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm ready to go.
Let's meet our other two players. John, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online?
Yeah, so I'm John. People, I think, mostly know me as Bats. I make a lot of stuff, YouTube and games, and I'm here to hopefully not die within the first 5 minutes, but it's very likely considering how I play games.
I love it. Also, Bats, this is your first time playing on channel, but you did run Craplands 2 for us a little while ago, and it was a blast.
Did,
Anybody
yeah.
who hasn't gone to check it out, should. My review of that comes out next Thursday. We're going to be doing some giveaways around that also, too. So follow our YouTube channel if you aren't for that stuff. But it was a good time. Glad to actually sit down and play side by side with you as characters also, too, though. Also, another person joining us, not first time playing on stream, I don't think, because I think you played when we were doing the Dissident Whispers thing. Did you play once that week?
Yeah, I've played a few. I definitely Dissident Whispers, and I think once other.
We had you on for an interview, I know, before, but I don't think we played together for the Dissident Whispers because I think it was one of the ones that I couldn't make it to that week. Yeah. And so we've got Nora. Nora, I'm super excited to play it with you also. Why don't you tell people who you are and what you do also?
Yes, I'm Nora. I do some game writing, a little bit of layout, mostly shitposting. I run Monkey's Paw Games, which is an imprint based out of Canada, and also a web store out of Canada, because nobody in Canada sells role-playing games really, except for, well, actually that's a lie. Shout out to Four Rogues and Ratty and Cantati. Yeah, you can find me at Monkey's Paw Games on Twitter, or my primarily shitposting account at Roses on Her Grave, and monkeyspawgames.com.
Awesome. If you are joining us right now, you want to tell us where you're from, you can. We may or may not read it. You'll never know. With that said, anytime we play a game here on stream, we always use lines, veils, and the X card unless the system suggests something else, to just make sure we're all on track for the same game. We have a strong line against sexual violence on the channel. Does anybody have any lines or veils that they want to add for our playtime together?
Besides those, I think I'm good.
Cool. Just remember, you can always use the X card to pause the game for whatever reason you need to. We'll identify whatever the issue was and then move forward in a different direction or with clarity after that point. We also have an open door policy, so you might see any of us eat, drink, have to get up for a minute. We're real human people who have real human lives outside of the small bit of screen that you see, and we're going to take care of those lives when we need to. You should take care of yourself also. And so with that said, Micah, I'm going to hand things over to you to take us into Bastards.
All right. Well, how about right before that, we all introduce our characters. So I'm going to hand it back to everybody.
Awesome.
Bats, you want to go first? Who you got?
Oh, yeah, I love going first. I will be playing Theo Scab, who is not very good at most things and has learned the hard way. Is moderately lucky. They are a thief, and they need that because otherwise, like I said, they're really bad at things. So the advantage on different thieving things makes them possible. They also fight. They were never trained to fight with a weapon, so they literally fight with whatever they can find around them, whether that be a bottle or like a broom handle or whatever, just whatever they can find, and that's about the best they got. Other than that, they're gonna press every button that they come across without hesitation. So.
Tony, yours is next, I think.
Yeah, so I am playing Squig Boxington, classic adventuring name. Squig is a diviner. They are pretty lucky. They also have a couple of fun spells. I'm a big fan of the spell system in Bastards. Yeah, they may or may not push buttons. Depends.
I'm excited to see what you do with these spells.
I'm excited to see what I do with these spells.
And then Nora, who we got?
Okay. I am playing Blue Barrymore. I am a wizard who, due to my random rolls, including crumpled playing cards, random potions, and some very strange spells, I am somewhat of a like Depression era vacuum saleswoman. So she's wearing a plaid suit, and I'm gonna lick a lot of frogs.
You mentioned random potions. Would you like to roll one real quick?
Yeah.
First roll.
What am I rolling? D20.
It's a D36. So a D3 and a D6.
That is a 1 and a 6.
Okay, you have the draft of the mouse. The drinker turns into D6 mice.
Hell yeah.
Better get that Mouse Trader campaign book ready.
Believe it or not, that's the second turn a character into a mouse campaign we've had on stream in the last week and a half.
It's actually an isekai now.
Just a rat isekai.
All right, so our three stalwart adventurers have made it into, by some quirk of chance or, money grubbery, have decided to enter a very wet area of the world called the Batrachian Swamps. It is like the confluence of like 8 rivers, and about 1,000 years ago, rumor has it, the frog lords ruled the earth from this location. So yeah, after however many days of travel from your respective or your singular location, you have made it to the edge of the swamp.
Cool.
You've heard that there's like a city here somewhere, perhaps just a town, maybe a day or so to the north. But you've also heard tales of untouched treasures beneath the muck and, untouched mining concerns from the days they were first built and all kinds of stuff like that. What do you want to do?
Do we have like a boat, or did we just?
No. So the area around here, it's so flooded with water, mixture of sea and fresh water, that you can't really tell exactly where the best route is. That's why it takes so long to get anywhere. Like as the crow flies, it's not too bad, but all the walkable channels are crisscrossed with like mats of weeds and stuff that you can't tell whether it's solid earth or not. It's taken a really long time. There's bugs, mosquitoes, heat, and there's just so many fucking frogs everywhere. They're just like everywhere. Little green ones that swim under the water, big brown warty ones, little ones that look like rubies and sapphires and shit that are just extremely poisonous. They're just everywhere.
I want to grab the least poisonous looking frog that I can get my hands on,
Okay.
and hold it up in my hand and go, "Excuse me, sir. Can you point us in the direction of the nearest town?"
It like looks at you with 2 beady little eyes and just goes, and then pisses and jumps off your hand.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it does jump to the north.
I think we should head that way.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why I wouldn't believe you can do that. So,
So can I pick up that same frog?
Yeah, you your diviner sense, your sixth sense, you thought, like this frog knows what it's talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut that frog open and look at its entrails just to double check.
Like
that-
as it jumps out of Blue's hands, you just like clap it. And then like spread your hands like a book and
Yeah,
look
I'm
at
just
it.
gonna
You're like,
read,
yeah, that seems right. That seems
yeah,
right.
north. Looks good.
well, I feel entirely normal now.
No?
I'll lead the way so I can seem useful to
Yeah, you
these
just start
magical folk.
slurping through the muck, just it's horrible. It sucks. It's terrible. Would one of you like to roll me an encounter check, please? Just roll me a d6. Bats, you said you're in the lead. Why don't you roll a d6, please?
Can do.
Big money, no whammies.
D6
Oh,
at a 2.
Oh, okay. All right. Roll me a d20, please.
Oh, that's always a good sign.
that sounds like a
Got a 15.
Okay. So, off in the distance, as you're walking, the day has started to wind down. The light shining through the banyans and the mangroves and everything, and you can see kind of a shimmer off in the distance. It almost looks like a heat haze. But as you get closer, you realize it's kind of localized in one spot. What do you do?
Can I pick up one of the frogs and throw it into the shimmer?
Yeah, give me a dexterity check, please.
Okay. Does this count as sleight of hand?
Yeah, sure.
Because I get advantage on that then.
Yeah, you're trying to not show that you're picking up the frog.
And I gotta roll under my dex, which is very low.
Yep.
So let's see here. No, I got way over.
Yeah, every single frog just sees you're coming. It's like they don't even jump out of the way at first. They're like, oh yeah, look at this fucker. He's coming right at us, huh? And then they like leisurely jump away. No, you don't grab the frog. You can grab a rock or something. They're pretty stationary. You'd probably have a good chance of grabbing one of those.
Yeah, after making a fool of myself, I'll act like I was picking up the rock the whole time, even though it was obvious.
Yeah.
And then give it a little throwaroo.
Yeah, you chuck it. It's about 50 feet or so away, so you don't have to roll for that. You get it. It lands nearby. It doesn't go quite through it, but then you see whatever it is made up kind of like stops gyrating and just like turns. There's a definite turning motion to this indistinct patch of air, and it gets closer slowly, and you realize that it is actually a swarm of mosquitoes.
Oh God!
Like a column of them, about 6 feet tall.
I didn't bring my mosquito netting, so
I have an idea. So you said there's frogs everywhere, right?
Yes.
I am going to cast Engorge Blood on one of the frogs to make it very appealing to a column of mosquitoes.
Yeah. So there's like this big, fat, flat frog. It almost looks like a rock just sitting there on the ground. And you do your weird little zzzt at it, and you just see this thing balloon up to like twice its size. And the mosquito swarm kind of immediately pivots toward it and like hovers over it, kind of collapses down onto it. You can't really see it anymore. It's indistinct. And then they leave, and it's just like a wizened bag now.
Sorry.
I'm gonna stick that in my pocket for later.
Yeah, you have a coin purse made out of a frog
Made
now.
out of a frog.
As the swarm kind of passes by you, you hear it going, "Thank you," and then it goes away.
Well, at least someone's happy.
All right, well, you did it. You made friend. Um,
A lot of
real tre-
friends.
The real treasure is the mosquito friends that we
We
made
made
along the way.
yeah. So you continue on northward through the day, and eventually you start to see boats off in the distance. People in the boats. You actually see people, like teams of 3 people, swimming in the water with like one person waiting outside with a bow and arrow. And you start seeing these all kind of all over the place, scattered throughout the swamp. And eventually, like, they kind of wave at you and like point you onward and stuff. They don't seem, unhappy to see you. They do seem kind of untrusting. Eventually, you make your way to the town of Ulk, which is just like 50 buildings, but only half of which are actually occupied. The rest of them are just like disused, covered in swamp muck and moss and falling into the water. Everything is on stilts except for like a town green right in the middle, where it's like a built-up hill with a single white clapboard church up there.
Did you say it was called Ulk?
Yeah, ULCK.
ULCK.
There's like a little sign right in front of it that says like now entering Ulk.
I just heard oak. I'm so glad that somebody clarified that I was wrong.
Well, we're here, and it's like in the evening now, right?
Yeah, it's pretty close to evening.
Is there a watering hole
There is a bar
where they don't
yes.
serve water; they serve alcohol?
They serve the booze.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I would
there's
like
one.
to go there so we can find out more about these forgotten mines or some other holes in the ground that might have some treasures.
Sure. Yeah, you head in. The bar doesn't even have a name, or if it does, it's just the nameless bar.
Bar brand bar.
The bar, It actually is called the bar. It just says the bar out front, and it's got this steel rod just in the middle of the room. And yeah, they like test if you're too drunk by like having you walk under it. But either way, they you come in, it's ramshackle, it's shitty, it's terrible. There's like holes, like the floorboards are so far apart that if you like drop something, it would just drop and plink into the water below it. There's like 3 stools, 2 of which are like uneven, and the third one is actually broken, and just no one sits on it. There are tables made of barrels and stuff all over the place, and the patrons are just as ramshackle and like evil looking as the bar is. You see a lot of them are actually like missing arms. It seems like most people in the village are.
There's got to be some sort of weird betting game happening in the corner with people dropping things in a hole and watching what eats them.
Oh yeah,
and I want to know more about that.
Yeah. Squig goes over into the corner to investigate. What was your name? Theo Scab.
Yeah.
You said you wanted to ask around.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Sorry, Bats. I'm gonna get.
No, that's fine. I'm assuming all these people are laborers, and does it seem like they're all missing like the same arm too?
No, just an arm.
Okay, so
it's not like all the left arm or
Okay.
all the right. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like they probably hate me. Is there a bartender? Can I talk to the bartender? Maybe.
Yeah, she's up here. She's also missing an arm, but she's got like a prosthetic that she's like got a cup in, that she's like doing the bartender thing where she's like cleaning the cup
just all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll approach the bar, and I'll just be like really straightforward and say like, hey, we're here because we heard some rumors about some holes in the ground that might hold dangers and some loot possibly. So if you could point me and my compatriots towards the nearest one, or to one that you probably don't want, I don't know, the nearest one, I guess, or whatever. We can leave and not have to bother you, because otherwise I feel like we'll get really bored in this town, and only bad things will happen considering the people I travel with and their strange abilities.
All right. We'll get back to that. Blue, what are you doing?
Okay, I want to take out my crumpled playing cards and
Mhm.
just like intentionally, really badly, start shuffling them in the air, like trying to do tricks, but like screwing them up. And
Are you like
then
dropping them?
yeah, just like
So they're
dropping
just like
them.
falling through the floor.
There's like a couple cards missing, definitely. And then I look around and be like, who wants to play some cards?
All right, yeah, you might have some takers. Are you with Squig up there trying to like
Yeah,
get in on the gaming action?
get in on a little small town hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Squig,
the weird fish hole, unless you've got a pitch game, is like they drop in something and they bet on the color of whatever comes to the surface.
Mhm. They bet on
eat
how many
that thing.
fins and
Yeah.
eyes it has.
Yeah. You can do side bets, like you can parlay out to like, hey, yeah, we all know it's gonna be brownish, but what shade of brown?
Yeah, you walk up and one guy's like, "I bet it's a gator," and the other one's like, "No, it's gonna be a catfish." You know,
Yeah.
what are you gonna say it is?
I think it's gonna be a frog.
A frog.
Yeah.
That's a low bet.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
I'm starting in easy. I got to learn the rules.
Okay,
of this
yeah.
grip.
What are you dropping in? They actually have a bucket of worms like over here, a dedicated worm bucket.
I'm gonna take one of those worms and I'm gonna swish it around in the bottle of booze that I have, and then like
Oh, that's good.
get it.
Like the people around, they kind of nod appreciatively. They're like, "Oh yeah, he knows our tactics already."
and then drop the worm in, the booze soaked worm in to the chum hole.
Yeah.
So you played Find a Worm before, huh?
Ah,
Not
it's
the
like
first
they've
time.
been here their whole lives. Yeah, you drop one of these rum-soaked worms in. Why don't you roll me a d20 real quick?
Oh crap, that's not a 6.
6. Oh, so you bet a frog, huh?
Yeah.
So as you drop it in, it kind of lands on this log that's been floating underneath, and the log immediately like turns over, and it's actually a gator doing a death.
Dang it.
And so like 3 people in the crowd are like, "Eh!" and like they pass out the money, and everyone else is like, "Fucking gators, frogs, lurks." Yeah, unfortunately, you've lost a gold now.
I'm in debt to this town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no money.
Theo, yeah, the bartender, she does not seem super stoked to be talking to you.
I don't blame her.
She
Especially
seems-
since Blue immediately pulls out her cards. I'm like, things are not gonna. This town is not gonna be okay. After
they're not
we're
gonna
done
like
with
us here. Yeah, she's very surly. She's like, well, if you want work, you could work honestly. Go catfishing.
I don't know what that word means.
You could pull up sprouts. Heck, you could go work laying the road. No, you're
There's a
trying
road?
to find an easy way out. Find a hole in the ground. Why don't you go off to the frog mausoleum and just die?
Two follow-up questions. There's a road.
Well, trying to be.
Okay, fair. Because I was gonna say, if we walked through that whole swamp and there was a road here the whole. Anyway, second question. You said frog mausoleum and die. Is that the closest hole in the ground?
Oh no. Well, I'm not going to tell you this. Then she kind of clams up and starts wiping her glass out even harder now.
What if? I was gonna try to trade for something, but I don't really have anything that's worth any money.
You have a potion.
Yeah, that's like the only good thing I have, though. So this frog mausoleum. Could you give me any hints? Is there anything I could do to possibly purchase some hints off of you to where this frog mausoleum might be? Because then we can get on our way, and you won't have to worry about our dishonest work anymore.
You want to help me?
I won't say anything. I'll hope she continues talking.
If you want to help out, you deal with this goddamn vampire problem we have. And then I'll tell you where your frog mausoleum is.
I think as soon as she says vampire, I immediately turn to look at both of you with like my eyebrows raised, like, vampires?
There's Draculas in this town?
and I'll say, I'll be like, yeah, we've dealt with some vampire problems before. What kind of, is there like a bunch of them here? Do you have like a gang?
I don't know.
Or are
I
they
ain't no
more like-
hunter.
Well, I mean, you're the one who deals with the problem. I just assumed you would know.
No, the problem is dealing with this with no people showing up to drink my booze.
Well, if I can just interject quickly, I actually have a potion of Dracula proofing right here.
Okay.
You see, this potion, if you drink it right before you are attacked by Draculas, you will turn into a number of mice. And as we all know, Draculas hate mice. You know, they hop up on the chair like they're.
And,
I read that
and
once,
Dracula is like a high level vampire.
I don't know what this vampire word is, but you keep talking about. I think we're talking about the same thing. Dracula's
Yeah,
vampire.
yeah.
It's just.
So there's like a vampire, and then there's like a prince vampire, and then a king vampire, and then a Dracula.
I just call all vampires Dracula. You know, it's like
It's the same word. Yeah. Okay.
it's the same.
Yeah.
Like Jawses. You know, there's
It's
It's
hard to-
Jaws.
it's hard to
Yeah,
speak
we know
all
about
languages.
Jawses. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
I saw them in the swamp.
We got all kinds of Jawses coming in from the ocean.
Yeah.
From the island of Amity is what they call it.
So this
Are you saying this vampire is a Jaws?
it could be. It could be that serious.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Now
I
if
will
you-
take that potion then.
Yes, I will trade you this anti-Dracula potion for the location of this frog mausoleum, and if you could lend us a boat or maybe some very large shoes, so we could get to it.
Like the snowshoes, but for the swamp.
Well, I
Well-
was thinking like stilts, but snowshoes.
that would-
I can
That's smarter, yeah.
I can lend you a boat. It's for sure. Old Betsy out there hasn't seen too much action since I retired and opened this here bar.
Oh.
But
Lovely
yeah,
bar.
give me that old potion.
Yeah, here you go, and I'll hand over the potion, the draft of the mouse.
She immediately starts like putting a single drop into every bottle of booze to like inoculate the town. She's like, "We're gonna be safe thanks to
That's
you."
very clever. That's very clever.
No more
Oh,
Draculas, everybody! And everyone's like, "Yeah!"
We have to leave soon.
we need to leave like now.
Tony, would you mind rolling me a d20?
I'd love to roll you a d20. That's a 14.
That so you're now 15 pieces of gold in debt to this town. As you walk back over,
You win anything?
it's just not your day.
I love this place. I don't know that I ever want to leave this place. You know what? This is the kind of place I could see myself settling down and just working the rest of my life. And I'm very excited about it.
Well, we can drop you off on the way back from the
Yeah.
frog
These are real
mausoleum.
salt of the earth people.
Yeah,
here.
real salt of the earth people. I also do not know that they will let me leave.
Are you
At
are
this
you
point.
running for mayor by chance?
Yes, and my first act as mayor might be to eliminate debt for the entire populace.
I can get
Um,
behind that.
It's a platform I'd
That's-
like to run on for no personal or self-serving reasons. Please do not look at my tax or gambling record.
Yeah, this
Um,
big guy with like leather bracers with spikes and shit poking out of him comes up and just like pats you on the shoulder and is like, "I'll be looking for those winnings pretty soon now."
Yeah. I've got them coming. By the way, if you're really worried about Dracula's, I can also just take all your blood out of your body.
Now there's a thought.
So if those potions don't work, if you got any more issues, they should work. But if somebody doesn't drink alcohol, if you just want me to take all their blood out of their body,
The
I'll
guy's
do
like,
that.
"Oh, you're with them? The Dracula proofers?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Hey,
right. That's
hey, no more debt, brother. That's on us. Thank you for helping our town."
No problem.
God.
You know what I said about this town earlier? I would like to leave.
All right,
Well, we
yeah,
have
all
a
right.
boat, so.
Well, let's get them out of here, fellas. Get them on their way.
yeah. Let's get that boat and
Everyone kind of gathers in the middle of town, and they're like, "Well, yeah."
Oh my god. These poor people.
And then like the big guy's like, remember their faces, fellas. They're the ones who saved this town.
Goodbye.
Everybody's staring like really hard to
Yeah,
remember
like-
our faces.
Someone's drawing a crude figure on the wall. It's
Yeah,
just
really-
it's just like
they actually have a
circles with
single
like
artist who comes out with like an easel and like sets
Oh
it
my
down. And there's like,
god.
Oh, make sure you get.
oh, they do. They get every angle of your face.
I'm like trying to cover my face as best as possible. Oh gosh. The boat
yeah, so
was named
you have a
was
boat.
Betsy.
It's
Yes.
called Old Betsy.
Old
That's
It's
Betsy.
painted on the side.
Is it OL apostrophe
Yeah,
or is
no,
it
there's no
old?
apostrophe. They don't believe in punctuation.
Oh, so it's just OL.
they couldn't afford the apostrophe.
Yeah, they charge
like
per
it.
letter. So yeah, you've got an old boat. It's barely swamp worthy, but it floats.
Perfect. And they
The
gave
frog
us the
mausoleum.
location of the frog mausoleum.
They said it's west. They don't know exactly where it is. It's one of the old Frog Lord ruins. But they said that if you get close enough to it, there's like this weird weather vane on top that catches the wind and makes it really loud. So like, as soon as you get close enough to it, you can triangulate it that way.
Are we pushing along the bottom here? What's the method of locomotion?
Yeah, you've got like big poles.
Okay, cool.
Oh, perfect.
Can I just drop my net in and just kind of drag the river?
You're trying to.
as
What are you
we
trying
go?
to grab?
I'm trying to grab whatever's down there. You know.
Yeah,
I'm
you,
excited for all of it.
Yeah, you bring it up and it's coated in muck. It's gross. It's really heavy and it stinks. And there's about 5 frogs in it.
Nice.
Dinner.
I pick the youngest looking frog out of the mix.
Yeah, it's a baby.
Oh, I picked the second. I pick a post-adolescent frog out of the mix.
It's an angsty teenager.
Oh, I smash it between my hands and read it like a book to make sure we're going the right direction.
God.
Yeah. As it does, it says, "I hate my parents," and then you.
Yep,
Me
sounds right.
too.
Sounds right. Just to make sure we're headed the right direction.
Yes, yeah, it's west. It'll take you maybe 2.5 days, depending on how your travel goes.
need
But
some
yeah,
more
you'll
frogs to eat.
get across. You glean that from the angsty frogs'
Yeah.
guts.
Yeah. So, I mean, they say that late adolescents think they know everything, and
Yeah.
deep down in their guts, they do.
They do, yeah. It's really horrible in there. So yeah, Tony, are you the one kind of leading this then, navigating?
Navigating. Yes, I don't know that leading is a good term, but navigating.
I
is
just want-
100% accurate.
I'd like you to roll me a d6 for an encounter check, please.
4.
4. Oh, yeah, okay. That's unremarkable. You sail through the night, or pull through the night, you know. Are you going to stop at any point to sleep, or what? The boat's not very big. You probably couldn't sleep on it.
Yeah, I don't know if sleeping in a swamp is possible, let alone
Possible.
I might
Might not be
try to
something you
take a
wanna
little
do.
nap while we're pushing, but
Does anybody have any way to make fire?
Yeah, you all have flint and steel.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
something you have, you know, you don't
Okay,
have to.
perfect.
You have 3 torches, but no way to light them.
Yeah.
Well,
I really fucked you over with that one, didn't I? You fools.
I will light a torch on as we go, just so to keep the mosquitoes
To
at
like
bay.
really attract everything in the swamp with eyes.
Exactly, except
Yeah.
mosquitoes, which will
yeah,
be
that's the more important
deterred
thing.
because it's like a nice.
You've
it's
got
like nice
you have a citronella torch.
citronella torch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic adventuring tool, citronella torch.
Yeah. I've infused it with wolfsbane and citronella.
Keeps werewolves and mosquitoes away. Uh,
Yeah, so you continue onward. You're going through the night, huh? That's pretty hardcore.
Well, I mean, if it's possible for 2 people to keep pushing, we could like let one person sleep at a time.
Well, I mean, there's only 2 poles, and really it doesn't make sense for me to be awake too.
Exactly.
Yeah, before I go to bed, I just cover myself in that muck I dredged off the bottom,
God.
just to help keep the mosquitoes off.
You're slathering
Why do I
yourself.
travel with these people?
It smells great.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
really
this
glad
mud
you
prevents
did
the
that.
predator from seeing me. And then
It's
Blue
great for the
Barrymore is
skin,
like,
great
that
for the
doesn't
skin.
smell like mud.
Yeah, ooh. But yeah, we can switch out like every 6 hours or so. Maybe
Yeah, you do.
somebody else will sleep.
Throughout the night, you have occasionally seen more teams of these people. They don't seem... They seem individualistic. It's not like a big shifts of people going out to the swamp to do this. You actually pass like right by one, and they kind of like wave, and you see some of them are missing arms too, but some aren't. They all look like villager dwellers.
I got a question. Have we seen anybody missing 2 arms yet, or does this seem like?
Yeah, you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a thing that sometimes somebody's like, you know what? It's not going to happen to me again, whatever it is.
Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we pass this group, I want to shout out as we go. Make sure to stop into Urk to pick up your Dracula proofing potion, your Dracula-inoculation.
They all kind of like look at each other like, we got a vaccine against the vampire?
Yeah, against the Draculas.
All right, yeah, let's get in there, boys.
Remember our faces. We did it.
We did it. Yeah. They like pull the last guy out of the water, and he's got this like really fine mesh bag full of faceted black pearls.
Ooh.
And they like get into their boat and start paddling off. It seems like these people have been like diving for these swamp pearls.
And can we just assume that they've lost arms from like giant catfish and crocs and stuff?
That's
like
absolutely what they have done. They noodle.
And sometimes it's a catfish, and sometimes it's not a catfish.
Well, the endemic species of this swamp is what is known in the common parlance as a dire catfish.
Ooh.
So
20 feet long.
Noodling is a bit of a hazardous prospect in this area.
It's a crocodile if you're lucky, or it's a gator if you're lucky.
As soon as I see
Dire catfish
pearls,
If you're lucky, they only take an arm.
yeah. As soon as I see the pearls, I'm gonna go to Squig and go, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
Let's both say it at the same time.
1, 2, 3.
We should go
Net full of
swimming.
pearls.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. What if we took your net and went pearl netting?
Are there like any shellfish or anything that came up with the mud we pulled earlier?
Yeah, there's all kinds of little bivalves and stuff. None that have pearls in them.
None have pearls in them.
And these pearls are big. They're like, the littlest one is like the first joint of your thumb. Big.
Cool.
Dang.
Yeah, that sounds good. I take one of these bivalves, the second youngest looking one.
You split it open and read it like a book.
Yeah. I
are you trying to find out
where,
where, like,
between my palms so the snot of it goes everywhere?
Gross.
Yeah. Are there? Yeah. Yeah. I guess I jump in and look for some pearls.
Yeah, there's some stuff underneath the surface here. Are you waiting till morning, or are you just doing it now?
I don't know. What time of day did we have this covered?
Yeah, as literally
This
as soon as
this is like very early morning. Like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Sun still hasn't risen yet, but it's getting lighter in the east.
I got the citronella torch.
That's the best time of day to go fishing.
Oh, yeah,
diving.
Swamp pearl diving.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as we have this conversation in the early morning, I absolutely,
All right.
drop some of my stuff on the boat and then jump in.
So you're gonna like anchor your boat on this knoll that they were all standing on.
Mm-hmm.
Tony, are you the only one dropping it, or Squig, are you the only one dropping it?
I mean, I don't control anybody else's characters, so
I'm gonna stand on the boat with a torch in one hand and my medium weapon, my staff, in the other. Just kind of
you're like kind of holding it over to like light it up. Yeah.
Yeah, and the staff is ready to bonk anything that isn't Squig that comes out of the water.
Right. Theo, what are you up to? Are you asleep?
Yeah, this is probably my sleep time.
Theo is unaware this is happening.
Yeah.
I'm snoring very loudly.
Honk. Shoo. You've got your like long little hat with the big tassel on it.
Yeah, like looking like Scrooge.
He's got a sleep apnea machine going, like just like.
But it's medieval, so it's all made of like gut and
Oh,
pewter.
Steampunk sleep apnea machine.
yeah.
So Squig, you jump right in. And immediately, the water is incredibly murky. You can hardly see anything down here. The light does kind of penetrate a little bit, and you see this large shape, maybe like 4 feet tall, kind of jutting off the bottom of the swamp here. It's not too deep, maybe like 10 feet.
Okay. So upside down, it's if it's 4 feet out, it's near my face, but not.
Yeah, if you're like fully stretched out,
cool.
yeah.
I guess I'll take my knife and try to maybe pry this open. I'm going to stick my knife in it and see what happens. I guess that's the real statement I'm making.
Yeah, so you get closer and you see that there are like 4 cilia up top. It's kind of shaped like a uvula almost. There's like 4 little sensory things up top that are gently waving in the air, or the breeze, the current. There are
the underwater breeze.
The underwater air. There are several sacs along the curve of it, past the curve. They seem bulbous in some way that you would anticipate the pearls being there. And then it has a series of gills along its front.
And is this a shellfish-like creature then?
It's kind of like it's a mollusk of some sort,
type thing.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna wave some water at some of those cilia and then like try to cut off a bulbous growth.
Yeah, when you get close, so you're trying to like push some water at it.
Yeah, like I like use my hand to like start as is to it, but I like do it up here at the top and then I like grab one of the ones down a little bit lower.
Yeah, as you swim closer and start waving at the cilia, you see them all just like suck inward. And then about 3 gigantic thigh thick tentacles come up from the bottom of the thing and start waving around, coming at you.
Yeah, excellent.
Let's roll initiative, please.
Oh no.
Is that Dex?
That's a wisdom. Yeah.
The one thing I'm
Nora,
good at.
you don't see this.
Right.
The water is murky. You can see like motion, but you can't see.
I'm just like
there.
looking.
Yeah. There is a distressing amount of motion coming from what should just be a pearl gathering mission.
And we are trying to roll. So I rolled. I'm trying to roll under right now, or how does it work?
Under your wisdom, yeah. Cool. Under or equal.
I rolled under.
Okay. Yeah, so you get to go first. What do you want to do?
I want to cut off a bulbous growth and kick away from this thing.
Yeah, so I think that'll be a strength check. What are you going with? A knife?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, yeah, it'll be a knife. So yeah, strength check. Roll a d20 under your strength.
Nope.
Yeah, it's really hard underwater, and especially with all the murk and everything. Yeah, you don't quite make it. You're definitely not used to fighting underwater. Yeah, so it's now its turn. It's gonna things here. Oh, let me get to the dice roller. So yeah, it's gonna attack you with one of those big tentacles.
It always does.
I think it hits. What do you have any AC?
I have no AC.
Okay, yeah, it definitely hits then. One of these things grabs you and kind of curls around you.
Excellent.
It doesn't do any damage, but it definitely has you grappled.
Awesome. Look, until I got one of those bulbous things, it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. If it doesn't hurt, I'll be fine. I'm sure.
It doesn't hurt, but it feels like there's so much muscle in this thing.
Yeah.
It feels like concrete.
Excellent.
The other tentacles are just still waving around.
Cool.
But yeah.
I'm still just trying to cut off one of the bulbous things.
Okay. Nora, do you want to do anything right now?
Yeah, so I am just seeing like motion underwater, right?
Yes, like I said, a distressing amount of motion.
So I'm gonna take the tip of my staff and I'm gonna sort of like do one of these, like swirl it on the surface of the water, like above where this is happening.
Tony, as you're drowning, you see a little bit of motion above you on the water as the light is refracted in strange ways.
Yeah.
Squig thinks it's an angel approaching through
True.
the water.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna kick Theo and be like, "We're going pearl diving."
This is normal.
This is I don't know. I don't know anything about pearl diving.
No, I feel like this kind of thing has probably happened far too often. Anytime I try to sleep.
If you want to help with that, you can do a roll under your wisdom for initiative. Blueberry Moore.
Oh yeah. Let me. I rolled. Ooh no.
Okay, so you're gonna go after the thing.
Yeah.
Squig, you are down there. You're still trying to grab one of those things.
Just trying to cut one off. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, this tentacle is just like locked around you.
I mean, is there one in reach?
There might be. Let's see. Let's
like, did it? I mean, I was trying to cut one. Did it just wrap around me where I was?
Yeah, it's still kind of like waving though. So let's see.
Okay.
Why don't you roll a dex check to see if you can like squeeze out far enough to grab one?
That's much. Dex is much better choice. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you cut one, and then as it's like spilling out these pearls, they actually kind of float a little bit. Like they don't immediately sink. You can like grab a handful of them.
Excellent.
Now it's its turn. So it's already got you. It's just gonna squeeze.
I just assume this is nature's way of helping me get these pearls. So far.
Yeah, really.
Helping you out. You take 7 damage.
Yeah.
Squeezes.
Awesome. So it almost kills me.
It starts constricting pretty badly.
Cool.
Bet it gives you your back a nice pop though.
It does.
All the
here.
right
It's like.
Oh,
Oh, I needed one of those.
So good.
Oh, I feel great now. Except for the drowning.
Yeah, I'm sure it squeezes all the air out of my lungs also.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not awesome.
Yeah.
Just one big air bubble comes up and pops.
It just ouch emits from the water.
And then like a couple seconds later, just a cloud of blood.
Well,
Blueberry Moore, you are up.
So as soon as I see the air bubble and the blood, I am going to I'm gonna cast Disintegrate Air on the water to turn it into a gas. Basically to make like a big cloud of steam in the water above where
I think
where
what
Squig would
Disintegrate
be.
Air would do is just destroy the air. So then you just distill the water in this part of the swamp.
Like it, so it would be clean.
Like it would have no oxygen in it.
Yeah, the question is,
I'm still gonna do that. I'm gonna take out all the oxygen from the water.
Okay. Instantly,
around the
every
thing.
single frog and fish in there just like dies and starts floating up. The creature suffers, but doesn't die instantly. It's pretty big. But yeah, you do that. You make your little signs.
Hell yeah. I'll do
that. You do your Doctor Strange,
my Doctor Strange impression.
and it kills everything in like a 30-foot radius. It does affect some of the air above the water line. Like if Theo is still in the boat, they're just like,
like a little bit of a thunderclap.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty hazardous.
Cool.
Theo, what are you doing?
I mean, I'll grab the nearest bottle and break it open and jump into the water.
So why don't you roll
almost with like
please?
a roll of my eyes, like, oh my god, here we go.
Do you stick the broken bottle between your teeth as you dive, like a diving knife?
Like
roll initiative, please. Roll under your wisdom.
Oh yeah, I got a 6 under 14.
All right, so we'll start that then. Since you two both won initiative, you can decide who goes first.
I'm just gonna swim and try to stab. That's my plan.
The tentacle or the body?
Probably the tentacle.
That's
Especially if this thing's kind of big. I don't. If it's even like close to my size or bigger, I'm not gonna imagine that I could kill it. I'm not a fighting person.
I want to cast ensnare blood on this thing.
Okay.
Conceptually, I want to suck its blood into my body.
He was the Dracula all along.
Oh no, we had the Dracula.
Where'd that potion go?
We sold it.
Potion. Yeah. I really want that to work, but I don't think mollusks have blood. You know, they have a.
Well,
they have a lymph.
Is this a technical scientific mollusk or is this a fantasy mollusk?
It's a fantasy mollusk, but mollusks don't have blood anyway. They have lymph, so I'll tell you, it works, but not as well as you'd like.
I'm about to learn a lot
Google
about
says
mollusks.
they have blue blood.
I'm about to say I'm pretty sure they have blood.
They've got a circulatory system.
Well, shit. Yeah, it works.
Hell yeah!
They have a different type of blood.
I don't think you'd want it in your body then.
No, it doesn't. That's how I do it. I ensnare it into myself. I'm going to be a little bit mollusk for a little while.
Yeah, okay.
You know how when they put saline in your body, it's not blood, but it does help a lot.
Yeah,
if you're not feeling good.
Slime.
This is kind of like that.
Blue slime. Yeah.
This is the. I'm becoming a little bit of a literal blue blood at this moment in time.
Okay. Yeah. So, you cast ensnare blood. So that'll be a wisdom check over its DC, over its HD to see if it affects it.
Is this the plot to Morbius?
Yeah, I think it is.
I am Morbius. So I rolled a 9, which does succeed on a wisdom check.
Yep, and it's over its HD. So yeah, you succeed. The blood. How much of the blood are you trying to ensnare?
I mean, all of it. I want all the blood.
So you're trying to put all of its blood inside.
I just lost a lot of my. Okay,
God.
That's not true. I want the equivalent of 7 hit points of blood back. I'm not
Okay,
saying I'm going to get 7 hit points.
The rest of it floats up as a blue cloud, but 7 hit points worth of it comes into you.
I would like to come to me.
Yes, okay.
I'm imagining, since I just dove in to help, as soon as I hit the water, the blood just
it's like an ink cloud.
It hits me in the face, and I'm just like, just let myself float back to the surface.
Tony, I'd like you to roll a luck test, please. So that's roll a d20 under your luck, and that's just to see if you get affected negatively by the mollusk
Find out what
blood
mollusk
that's in
blood
you.
does. Oh man,
big money, no whammies.
If I land, I don't remember what my luck is. If I land on it, can something especially weird happen?
You sure? Yeah.
I rolled a 10, which is not underneath my luck.
Okay, yeah. So you're at some point going to get a mollusk-y mutation or something.
That's all I've wanted. It's all.
Which is not a bad thing. Yeah, definitely.
We can just take the pearls out of him.
Y'all have never seen me. Yeah, y'all have never seen me take my shirt off, and it's because I'm hiding all the other mutations that I have.
Squig like stretches one day and like pulls their shirt up, and you see a bunch of pearls just hanging down. It's gross. But yeah, this thing is dead now. The tentacle is still kind of locked around you, but like you swim a little bit, and it just like flakes away because there's no blood left in it.
What happens to all the bulbous sacs around it now that there's no blood in it?
They're just membranes, so they're just still on the corpse, like floating down.
Cool.
You might want to go. You probably want to go up and take a breath before you go harvest.
I got all that fresh blood in me. There's got to be some oxygen in it.
No, I took it all out. Remember?
That's true. You did. You destroyed all the oxygen. Yeah, I'll go breathe.
Yeah, you have to like dolphin up a little bit to get above the layer of dead air now.
Since I'm down there, I'll collect some more of these emeralds.
Chaos emeralds.
Yeah. The chaos.
You go down there and you grab the bags. You kind of use them as a horrible little bag too.
Yeah, you can just good call.
So yeah, you take this harvest of pearls back up into your boat, and yeah, you do it. Let's see how many you get. Why don't you, Tony, roll me 2d6, and then Bats, you roll me 4d6.
I got 8.
4d6. Let's see. 19.
Wow. So there were 27 pearls on this thing.
Wow.
All right, and let me tell you what those pearls do. You were in the swamp town for a little bit, so they probably have mentioned that this is like one of their main exports to the mainland. Let me find it. Yes, so if they are placed in a poison substance like food or drink, they will crack.
Ooh.
But if they're whole, they're worth 10 gold each.
Ooh.
That sounds useful.
Nice.
Yeah. So you can use them to detect if poison is in something, and if not, you can sell them for a lot of money.
Nice.
Well, we definitely can't sell them in town for a little bit.
Yeah, we can sell them
So,
somewhere else, maybe.
We can sell them once we've looted. Once we've taken all the things out of the frog mausoleum and brought them to a museum where they belong.
Yes.
Is that what we do?
We're gonna do. Are we doing an exploration? We're discovering a new space.
We're Columbusing it.
We're gonna Columbus
We
it.
discovered the frog mausoleum.
Exactly. Discovered that town. We discovered these pearls.
My God.
Yeah, so in town, you probably wouldn't sell them in town because they have a pretty dim view of pearl poachers.
They even got a alliterative title for us, pearl poacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty hateful.
Yeah,
When you really hate something, you gotta.
when you
alliterate
really
it.
hate something, you alliterate it.
That sounds like a Pearl Jam cover band. I love it.
Pearl poachers.
That's really good,
Pearl
actually.
poachers.
Pearl poachers. Yeah, you have a nice clutch of pearls in your boat. Are you continuing onward to the Frogzoleum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think keep heading west.
Okay. So by this point, it's probably mid-morning. You have, to lift the veil a little bit, crossed into another hex. So whoever is leading the boat here, why don't you roll me a
I
d6?
think that's still me, unless I'm asleep. I rolled a 1.
Okay, good. Roll me a d20, please.
Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies.
18.
Nothing but net.
Oh, okay. So, in the mid-morning, you're surrounded by these big swamp trees. There is a fog on the water, and you see some lanterns off in the distance.
Are they still towards west?
They're kind of northwest, but yeah.
Okay. I would like to light my torch and just kind of like however the lanterns are, whether they're like bobbing or they're like flickering or staying being perfectly still or whatever, I want to try and mimic sort of what the lanterns are doing with the torch.
They're pretty far off. You can just kind of see like indistinct points of light. You can't really tell.
Well, I'll just hold up the torch then.
Okay, you see one of the lights actually like wave back and forth as if someone has a torch and they're like waving it back at you.
And I do the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
The same exact motion.
Yeah, you do.
It's a trap.
They start moving. You can see that they're moving like northwest still.
Like they're moving towards us, or they're keeping moving northwest?
They're still moving northwest.
Okay. I wonder if they're more pearl divers.
It might be those Draculas.
It could be Dracula.
It could be.
It could be the Dracula's eyes.
I've heard there's always Dracula's love fog.
It's true.
Mhm.
They
can
don't
turn
like
into
fire,
it.
though. They don't like fire.
Yeah.
So
But they
it
have
might
the
not-
fires of hells in their eyes.
That's true.
So this,
What do you think? Do we go towards the fires, or do we go towards the Frogzoleum?
I would vote heading towards the frog mausoleum, and if they approach us, then we can parlay. But I feel like the further away we get from that town, the weirder people are gonna get out here.
It's true, and it
Yeah.
started out plenty weird.
Yeah,
Well,
and
maybe
those people hate us now, probably.
Well, only if they have been attacked by a Dracula. And now
Yeah.
I maintain that the potion will protect them from Draculas. I mean, I wasn't like very
Yeah, no, you
technically.
weren't wrong.
Yeah, I think
And
it
yeah.
makes sense.
You didn't say dilute this with booze. That was a choice that they made.
Yeah,
Totally. Well, maybe these torch bearers will think that we're one of them and just leave us alone if we keep going. as long as I'm waving this torch the way they are.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, let's press on then.
Okay. Yeah. So throughout the morning, the fog even gets denser. It's actually not that hot today. It's blood warm. It just sticks close to your skin. It starts raining in the mid-afternoon. Even the frogs are more quieted now. By this point, you have gone quite a distance. You're probably about halfway there, according to another frog that Squig smashes and reads.
If you didn't say it, I was going to do it. So that's
I figured you were. So I figured
That's what
you've been
wakes me
like
up every morning.
checking Google Maps. Just like,
Yeah.
It's gonna be a right here.
The worst part is like, you know how like sometimes you'll look at Google Maps and then like you'll look up and you'll immediately forget what the directions
Yes, you
said.
gotta do it
You gotta
again.
That
again.
happens
Yeah.
sometimes. And so,
You check the time with the frogs too. You're like, what time is it?
Yeah.
Ah, shit, I didn't even look. Let me do it again.
I didn't even look.
It's good old Slap Quest taking us there.
Slap Quest. Boy, you're on a roll today.
I have had very little sleep in game and IRL.
So yeah, you continue onward. How about Blueberry Moore? Why don't you roll us a?
Yeah,
Encounter
I'm
check,
gonna roll my. I don't know how well you can see it, but I'm gonna roll my skull dice.
Nice. It blurred
it
it.
blurs
It
the
did.
skull
It
out.
did. It blurred the skull dice. There we go. Okay.
It's still blurred them. That's weird.
Whatever.
It's fine.
I got a 2.
Okay, so as you've been walking, actually, why don't you roll me a d20 real quick too?
The D20 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the
That
way I do
18.
encounters is, well, roll again, please.
Okay. That was the
This is the same one.
2. 2 and 2.
2. Okay. So the way I do encounters is that I do the d6. If it's a 1, you get the encounter right away, and if it's a 2, it's like
That's like coming.
far away.
Right.
So you've actually noticed as the day has gone on, and it's gotten darker and more rainy. You've seen those lights like keeping pace with you.
Oh
A
god.
mile distant. And by this point, it's nearing evening. You have you notice they blink out, and then a little while later, they blink on again, and they blink out and blink on, and they're getting closer
It's
every
an
time.
episode of Lost now.
Every time that they blink out, I'm gonna extinguish the torch, and then as soon as they blink on, I'm gonna put it back again.
They get closer and closer and closer until you realize it's almost like a weird trick of the eyes, that it seems like they're like right here, like lightning bugs in your eyes, and then they are gone.
Oh.
And at that point, you hear the rustling of these large creatures moving about in the underbrush.
Yeah, I knew it. Look, when I think one of them's a lightning bug, I reach out and try to slap it between my two hands without a doubt.
It's weird. It's like you feel like it would be right here and you could just grab it, but then it's like right here, It's like it's a weird
All right,
trick
cool.
of the distance. You can't grab a hold of it. You've been led astray by Will-o'-the-Wisps.
Will.
Dang it, Will. I told you never again.
Dang
Dinklebird.
it, Will. Yes. However, these Will-o'-the-Wisps were not leading you astray necessarily. After they realized that you weren't going to be led astray, they started leading something astray to you.
Smart.
And these 3 crustaceous creatures lurch out of the water onto a nearby sandbar. They are black and iridescent, and they have a big scything beak on the front, bulbous eyes, and long limbs. And they kind of click menacingly.
Bye.
Hello. Are you concerned at all about Draculas? Because I have these playing cards that actually ward away Draculas.
Before you can finish, one of them hisses, gets up on its limbs, and like curls its abdomen underneath at you, and sprays a big glob of web.
Oh.
So roll a luck test, please.
Okay. And that's
A D20
under.
Nope.
Nope.
As you're talking, you like have the cards in front of you. They just get like slammed onto your face with the webbing.
But I have Dracula cards at very reasonable prices.
The lurks get back into the water and like swim up to your boat. They are clambering aboard now. Why don't we all roll initiative, please?
Yeah.
Breaking my bottle.
You get your other bottle out.
Oh, dang.
I succeeded. I rolled an
Okay.
8 under my 9.
I succeeded.
I did not.
Okay. So Tony and Nora, you guys are first. What would you like to do?
How much is the card being webbed to my face impacting me right now?
Were you using your dominant hand to show them off?
Yes.
And probably a lot because you're
Okay.
both blinded and now your hand is stuck to your face.
Okay, so my other hand, I'm going
You're
to
just-
grab my staff, and I'm just going to start. Now, when it says 1 attack around for a medium weapon, that means that I can like roll 2 attacks, or I get a +1 to attack.
Let me check. I don't remember. I just wrote the thing. I don't remember what it says.
They don't pay me to remember this.
They don't.
I wrote it down so I didn't have to remember.
Or
Yeah,
something
plus
of your
1
own
attack per
invention.
round. So yeah, you get an extra attack.
Okay, I'm gonna start like just left hand flailing with the
Bonk.
staff.
So I thought you were gonna say you just start like indiscriminately casting magic everywhere. Destroy air, destroy air, destroy air. Yeah, you start wailing with it. Yeah, roll me a d20 under strength like normal for both attacks.
Okay.
And then if it's a really bad miss, we'll see if you hit one of these two.
Okay, that's a 5 under 7 for the
Nice.
first one,
Yep, okay.
and that is a 14 over 7 for the second one.
Nah, that's more. Let's say more than double. Yeah.
Yeah,
So roll, roll a d2. See which one of these you hit.
All right. That is odds.
I think that's bats then.
Okay.
If we're going by my screen here, I could see
No.
Tony and then bats. So.
Sorry.
Or wait,
I'm
no,
used to
odds.
it.
Sorry, Tony.
Sorry.
Yeah. So you lash out. The first one connects with a thwack against the shell of one of these things. So roll me that damage, please.
Medium's D6, yeah?
Yeah.
D6 damage?
Yeah, just d6.
Hell yeah. That is a 4.
Oh, these have a lot of health.
No, they don't.
No, no way.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
The
fine.
other one, the other one, smacks into Squig as they kind of like they're trying to like get away from it, but they don't quite make it. Roll that damage, please.
Oh, that's a
One?
6.
Oof.
No.
You're gonna have to take some of Nora's blood and
Nah.
deal with that.
There's
You don't
other
want
types
my-
of blood to be
Oh
had.
wait,
You don't want my blood.
let's say that your skin and bones by this point
Let's say
have
what horrible thing
become-
has happened.
have become squishy and cartilaginous.
Okay.
So you take half as much damage from blood or something like that.
from
Does
like
that sound good for you?
bludgeoning stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then you have to remain wet or it dries out. And you take damage.
I plan on it anyways.
Way ahead of you.
Just start getting crusty mucus bits all over me if I don't
Oh,
do it.
God.
Yeah, you get gross if you don't.
Ooh, I have some moisturizer in my bag. if you
Yeah.
want that.
You like hold up your arm to like block the blow and it just goes blink.
It's cool because I've been covering myself with that great pluff mud from the bottom.
Yeah,
of the,
yeah.
Yeah.
You've been
Yeah.
fluffing
so,
it.
keeping myself
You've been
nice and
ready for it.
moisturized.
Moisturized in your lane,
Yeah.
flourishing.
Cool. I love that now every single time we encounter a creature, I immediately Googled what their circulatory system looks like.
That's the goal.
I would love to cast. And how does spell slots come back?
At dawn every
At
day.
dawn, okay.
Yeah. So you've cast it and come back by this
Cool.
point.
Just making sure. I would like to cast Ensnare Blood.
Now I know arthropods have lymph fluids. They don't have blood.
Well, you said crustaceans.
There, I said crustaceous.
Well, that would make me
Hmm.
assume crustaceans.
He's-
You said
Sounds like
arthropods?
blood to me.
They have like a hydraulic lymph solution.
I mean, that sounds like a blood to me.
Hydraulics, you say?
Yes, so I don't
So
want to get too
So
into...
is this an insect then?
Yeah, it's kind of insect-like.
So you were thinking more like chitinous than specifically crustaceous, is that correct?
Well, I meant crustaceous in the fact that they kind of like, they look lobsterish, where they have like the head and then like a segmented tail. But yeah, they're basically water bugs.
All right.
They're called lurks, and they are horrible.
I think if it's got hydraulic fluid, that would make you punch really hard if you sucked its blood or its hydraulic fluid.
It's
That's
I think you can do the blood thing, but it doesn't do as much damage to it.
I don't want to do damage to it. But I knew what this was going to do when I wanted to do it a second ago.
Okay.
Now I'm googling do arthropods have blood because I need to know about their circulatory system in order to know whether I can do it. Pumps blood into a cavity called the homeostyle, where it's surrounded by organs, then returns to the heart through ostia. Okay, so it works the same way for
It's
arthropods
like
as
blood,
it does
but
through.
They also use it to like move.
Yeah,
That's how they move
well,
stuff.
I mean, so do we.
Right.
You're wrong.
But they don't have a circulatory system. They have an open. An open thing it's perfect. Exactly what it works the exact same way as the other thing I.
Are you trying to control it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. Yeah,
I want to flex.
absolutely.
I want to flex one of its. Do they have pincers or what do they have?
They don't have like crab pincers, but they have like this beak, like right. In front
I want to
just, like,
force
rends
one of them
flesh.
to smash its beak into the side of another one.
All right, so that would be.
I'm gonna shift all the blood up to the front and then side of its body.
That would be a wisdom check over its HD, and then every round it has, it's going to try to save to
That's
get
great.
out of that. Okay. It's got 3 HD, so as long as you roll over a 3 and under your wisdom.
I rolled a 1 under my wisdom, so.
Okay, yeah, you're good. You have control of this thing. It's like very like jerky, like fighting you as it's moving, and the other ones are still attacking.
Yeah, I'm not making elegant movements. I just slammed this thing into the one next to it, beak first.
Are you trying to control the one that has been hurt or one of the unhurt ones?
Whichever one was in the middle, because I want the ability to thrash at both sides.
Yeah. Oh no, that was an unhurt one.
Okay.
Because I think Nora hit the one that was closest to her.
Yeah, I can't see, so.
Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna put like an X next to it so I know that you're controlling it. Okay. I think both of you went then, since you both passed the initiative. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's their turn. The one that you've controlled, I think it's gonna try to save. Let me see what its save is. Not great. They're bugs, so.
Their blood is technically called hemolymph.
Hemolymph, yeah.
Hemo means
No, it does
blood.
not. It does not save. It rolled a 19. So yeah, you still got it. The other two, the one that Nora hit, it's going to attack Blueberry more.
Yeah.
And it's going to do.
I don't think I have any AC because I don't have any armor.
It misses anyway. I think it's so disoriented from being smacked in the fucking head that it doesn't hit. The last one is going to clamber up into the boat and attack Theo. That one hits unless you have a 7 AC.
I have no AC.
Yeah, so it hits. It just comes at you with that big pincher thing and just like bites a chunk out of your arm.
That was classic GM. It was classic GM does a 35 hit energy right there.
That was a 6 damage.
Oof. I'm still alive for now.
Yeah, what do you have, like 11?
That is true.
If only you were part mollusk at this point in time.
I know.
I think that you take more slicing damage then.
I'm 100% on board with that.
Okay.
I also bet I don't like fire too much anymore.
I don't think anything likes being lit on fire.
I'm just saying. I think even being near it, would cause me to dry out so much quicker.
Yeah, but you can just like lay in a bath next to a fire at all points. Then,
that's true.
You can get cozy and feel moisturized at the same time.
Just want to luxuriate a little bit.
Yeah. Bats, what do you want to do?
Well, got my bottle. Just stab this one that's in front of me, I guess.
Good.
Looks like
With
we're
your
fighting.
bottle.
So would that be my strength or my
Yeah,
dex?
strength.
Strength. Oh god, I'm not good at fighting. Oh, I rolled a 2 though, so I got under.
It has an AC of 3, so you don't actually pierce it.
Oh,
I like in my mind that every time you smash a bottle in the movie of the game we're playing, a different brand gets plugged.
Yeah.
every
What was this
single
one?
time.
Jameson?
yeah, this was a big old.
Heine?
Yeah.
Yeah, you actually smash it onto the thing, and now it's like even smaller and less effective. So you
Dang
toss that away and grab a new bottle for the next one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're back at the top. So Nora and Tony, you can go.
If I use transmute flesh to air on myself, can I turn into like a spooky floating musculature system and go like?
No, you'd turn into a spooky skeleton that just drops out of the air.
Would I still be alive?
No.
Damn. Okay.
It is the ultimate power. animate
And then you die.
animate bones first, and then
Yeah.
flesh to air.
We'll save that one for later then.
Well, you wouldn't be alive. I'd say you'd be a ghost.
Why are you telling me this?
Lots of benefits to being a ghost.
It's true.
Very, very few, actually.
Not being
okay.
alive is a good benefit. To be, let's be real.
What
a power move, though, to just fucking drop dead of your own volition during a fight.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? I don't want to do it.
Nope. And then you're just a skeleton.
I am going to. What would be the roll to take the webbing off my face?
Just a strength check.
Just a strength? Okay.
Yeah, you can just like rip it off.
All right. I'm terrible at that, so let's give it a try.
Bats can use some of their alkahest.
Nope, that's a 9.
Toss it on your face.
So I try and fail to rip it off my face.
Okay, yeah, you do. You fail.
Okay, do I have any other actions this round, or is that?
You have +1 attack, so you can do something else. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try and engorge blood on one of the lurks, and I want to inflate all of the blood just into its head. So,
All right. So here's the thing. Remember how last time you attacked, we had to roll to see who it affected?
yes.
If it was a lurk or a person?
Yes.
Let's see. Let's do that again.
Yes.
Please let this be how I die.
Roll a d6, please.
A d6?
1, 2, and then the other ones are lurks.
4.
You got a
Nice.
lurk. Good. That's
Oh, yeah.
nice.
So I want to do you remember what's his face from the Green Lantern movie with a giant head?
I never saw it.
Me
I know I
either.
see
The
a lot of
yellow
shit, but I
lantern.
just- I don't see it.
Yes, yeah, I want a yellow lantern. One of the lurks.
Sinestro. I'm gonna Google.
Yes, like just like.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah,
So yeah.
Yeah. That's the idea.
Yeah. So roll under your wisdom, but over its HD. Which is
Alright.
3.
All right. Nope, that's an 18.
Oof.
Yeah. Your spell fizzles. It.
I swear this never happens.
you do it, and you feel a rush of blood in your own hand, and then the lurk kind of, you see like the edges of its exoskeleton where the flesh is kind of exposed. It was like, bloop, and then it goes back down immediately.
Gross.
All right, that's my turn.
It's like it burped.
Yep.
Did a little lurk burp. All right. Who's next?
I try to get I get the one. You want to see if the other one saves to see if it gets
Yeah,
control
let's do that.
again.
Yeah. No. It's on its turn. So I'll do that when it's. The
Oh, cool.
monster's turn.
I
Tony,
make
what do you
it
wanna do with it?
smash into the same one again.
The injured one.
Did I attack the injured one the first time? I don't remember.
I think so.
I took control of the non-injured one. I don't remember which one
Yes.
we said I ended up attacking. But sure, the injured one again.
Okay. A little wisdom.
Okay.
Let's
To see how well I control
Yeah,
that makes sense to me. Yeah, I succeed.
Okay. So a little peek behind the curtain here again. They have 2 attacks. They have the mandibles and then a silk attack. So you can try to like make it web up.
You know what? As much as I love that you're willing to offer that, I just have a hard time thinking that I would know how to control the blood in this thing.
No, I think you would just squeeze and like hope that it squirts out some.
I'm gonna cast squish.
It's like a tube of toothpaste.
No, I think mandibles like into the one next
just
to
like
it.
a battering ram.
Yeah.
Into it. Yeah. Okay.
I'm really I don't even know that I know how to enact the mandibles. I know how to point the mandibles at it and then make it.
Yeah, they're
its head.
like I think it's open automatically because it's like hissing.
Yeah.
But, like it's just slamming into the other one.
And in bug talk, they're like, "Why are you hitting me?" It's like, I don't know. I can't stop.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely does some damage. You see like more of that hemolymph spraying out of the injured one.
Yeah. I can't wait to mess around with that stuff later.
It's their turn, so it's going to It's going to try to save. Oh, that one does it. It saves. It's no longer under your control.
And is saved just under it? Just out of curiosity, is it just under like its wisdom or what?
So they don't have wisdom. Enemies and bastards. They usually the save for a monster is like HD +5. So
cool.
the save.
I was just curious. Yeah,
8.
that's great.
Yeah, it's just trying to roll under an 8. It's like your luck stat. But kind of general purpose. Yeah, so it saves. It spits out chunks of its brethren and rounds on you. The other 2, the injured one, it actually snaps at the one that was biting it.
Yeah.
So it fails miserably. Got a 20. I think it's one of his jaws is like hanging off. You know, it can't even attack anymore with that. So it just lunges at the other one and misses. The final one is going to attack Theo.
Let's do it.
It does a 6 to hit you. I don't think you have AC.
I have no AC.
Okay, so yeah, that hits, and it does 5 damage.
I'm dead.
You're not. You're at 0. It's different. So when it comes to your turn again, you can test luck. And
do you want some blood?
Yeah. Hey, you want some blood?
I think I would rather die.
You don't want mollusk blood?
Don't want to be squished like me?
I mean, I could theoretically try to put your own blood back in you.
That's true.
It's laying around you all over the place.
I mean, if I'm unconscious, you do whatever you gotta do.
You are at 0, so you're like knocked down, but you're not unconscious. Next round, you'll make a luck test to see if you survive or not. I think that's it. So whoever... Bats, did you lose the initiative?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's your turn. Why don't you make a luck test and see if you get back up or not?
Okay.
I love that we don't. There's not even a moment for us to respond to
I
this.
gotta get under a 7.
Come on.
I got a 7.
Oh, shit, you're back. That was a crit. You feel great. You come back with 2 HP.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah.
Nice.
I say
also
that
have
out
an
loud
injury.
too.
We'll
I'm like, I've
figure
got
that
2
out.
HP.
What do you think your injury is, Bats?
Well, what did it do? It beaked me.
Yeah, it beaked you.
It like tore my left ear off.
Okay, so you're missing an inventory slot, and it says left ear gone.
Heck yeah.
So that's yours. Do you want to do anything? You crit it. I think you can do an action after that.
Yeah. Since we haven't killed any of these things, I'm gonna just take my Alkahest and smash it on this one in front of me.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the bottle break, but on it.
On it. Yeah. It splashes, but miraculously none of it gets on any of you. It does hit the boat, and just immediately like that scene in Alien when the blood hits the hull and just like.
Oh no.
But yeah, that thing is like immediately just like burst in half. There's like steam and shit coming out. You've immediately killed one.
I'm gonna push it into the water.
The water starts bubbling. It's even melting the water.
I love it.
Yeah, so we're back at the top. Squig and Blue Barrymore. What do you want to do?
I want to pull some blood out of one of these. I'm gonna gather up all the blood around us and just form it into a globe and start hovering it towards Theo.
No!
It's a mix of mollusk, hemolymph, and human blood, just like slowly levitating towards you. It's not a big boat. You can.
I rolled
11,
11, so yeah, I'll let Theo decide what if they want this blood or not.
You can put this in me.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have to roll then. You just do it.
As my nose looks like slightly flattened and snail-like, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I smashed the alkahest, and then I just turn and I go, "Give me the blood!"
Push it right.
Before you can even finish, it's just like
like right in my mouth.
Mouth, nose, eyes, ears. We see streams of blood
I
just kind of
regret
flow into every
everything.
single one of them in reverse.
I hate this actually.
Does that
Um,
give me health back, or like
Sure, yeah,
do I
fuck
just
it, why
have
not?
blood now?
Yeah, Tony, why don't you roll 2d6?
7.
So you get 7 HP back.
Hell yeah.
Bats, make another luck test. And because you used
No.
it last time, it's one less.
Gotta get a 6 or under.
Yep.
Got a 7 again. What are the
Close enough.
chances?
Yeah. So you're gonna get some lurk aspects, that's for sure.
That's going to be
Oh,
great.
well, you know.
Hell yeah.
We went to the
Nora,
swamp
you
and we
are
brought some back with us.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to try and rip the card off my face again.
You're trying to rip and tear till it is done. Okay, go ahead.
All right, come on. Yes, that is a 6. I ripped it off my face.
Ow! It's raw now. There's just a raw patch.
Ugh.
You've been exfoliated, but only half.
Gross.
There's like the imprint of the card is on my face.
Yeah, like silly putty.
And I'm gonna go to the nearest Lurk and hold up the
Mhm.
card and say, "Is this your card, sir?" And as it's looking at me, I'm gonna hit it with my staff.
It goes.
Blink.
All right, go right ahead. That's the one that you've been hitting. So
That's the one that I've been hitting. All
Yeah.
right, come on, 7 or under. 8. Nope.
Nope. It hisses and then grabs your staff with its beak. So we'll get back to that in a little
Oh,
bit.
get me that.
Tony, the one that you already did your thing. You already did the blood gross thing with bats. All right, so
Yeah, I could have reclaimed that one. I did not. I left myself open
No.
to being attacked.
so the one that you had been controlling is going to attack you, Squig.
Excellent.
It's full health, by the way.
Yeah.
It misses. Dang.
Yeah.
Unlucky lurks right now. Unlurky.
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 I'm lurky.
Nora, the one with your staff, it's gonna try to yank the staff out of your hands.
I do love that at one point Nora was like, Can I change my flesh to air?
Poof.
we might be coming back to that one.
Right. Like, I would never do that to these lurkers. That's
It does not. It tries to like pull on your staff, but you keep a good grip on it.
All right.
Mood.
Bats, you're up.
Oh,
And you
well,
feel great.
I did my one trick.
One of your ear has grown back, but it's like cartilaginous,
Oh god.
chitinous.
It's like an X-Men when
It's a Lurk ear now.
the governor becomes like a slug creature.
a little bit more
Amazing.
my speed.
Yeah, it's just the ear for me, but does it look like we can just run?
If you get them off the boat and you can pull fast
Okay,
enough, you
well,
probably
I
could.
am not
but,
strong enough to get them off the boat, that's for sure.
They're aquatic creatures, so they can probably keep pace.
Break another bottle, and I'm just gonna start stabbing.
You still have the one though.
I throw that one aside. I start stabbing with another.
Okay.
One
One
in each
use.
hand.
What's the brand?
This one's a Bud Light,
That's embarrassing if you get killed with one of those.
right?
Yeah.
Under my strength. No.
Something craft, please.
Give me a nice IPA to be killed with.
Yeah, nope. I am not a good fighter, so
You're just like jabbing the external skeleton of this thing ineffectually. Squig and Blueberry Moore. You're up.
I'm gonna cast Ensnare Blood now again to try to make this thing to try to get control of this thing again.
In Bug, it says, "Oh, not again."
Real quick, before he does that, if I did engorge blood on one of them, would it give him a bonus to control the engorged blood?
So much blood.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'll do that then. I'll make the one you want to use the one that you were controlling before.
Yeah.
I'll engorge blood on that one.
Well, you wouldn't be able to engorge blood on the other one because it's not structurally sound anymore.
You engorge the blood, it just bleeds faster.
You do.
Okay.
Well,
so
no, you gotta roll. You gotta roll under your wisdom
under wisdom.
over its HD. Yeah.
Over HD. Come on. Nope, that is a 20. That is a whammy.
That is sure a
Whamp.
whammy. Maybe I should add like a miscast rule for bastards.
yeah, you know,
Corruption.
Just
we're not
swipe-
dying fast enough, so
Yeah,
swipe
you
it for
die
DCC.
faster.
Yeah.
that should be the subtitle for the new edition.
Prepare to die
faster.
faster.
I like it. Brought to you by Steamforged Games.
More HP, faster death. I still cast mine, and I rolled a 10, so I'm assuming I succeed.
Yeah, as long as that's over your wisdom. Yep.
And then I make it. Let's see. One's got Alcest is dying.
That's
I
dead.
smash into the other one.
Yeah, there's one intact Lurk, and that's the one that you're using.
You're
as
right.
a battering
So
ram to kill
I'll
the other
smash into
ones.
the mostly dead one.
Okay, so yeah, roll a. Well, you already rolled a wisdom check. I'll just do the damage. Oh, not much. That was only 2 damage.
Come on.
It's kind of like it's like turning its beak aside at the last moment.
If only its blood had been
No.
engorged.
Yeah, if only the blood engorging had worked. So yeah, the last Lurk. Tony, why don't you roll a wisdom check for me? Since you're the one controlling this thing.
I got a 6.
Is that under your wisdom?
That's under my wisdom.
That's under wisdom. Okay. So yeah, the last Lurk, you can tell not too many expressions cross its dumb, buggy face, but you can see with this last hit, you just see a distinct expression of "fuck this" in its eyes, and it like scuttles over the side of the boat into the water.
Cool.
The last
you better
Lurk,
run.
The last Lurk is like you can hear its legs hitting the boat, but like you're levitating it enough that it's not actually grabbing onto anything. It's trying to leave as well.
Yeah. I'm just gonna I'm gonna try just to move half of its blood quickly to one side of it, and half of its blood quickly
You're
to
just
the
trying
other
to
side
rip
of
it in
it,
half.
so I can rip it in
Oh.
half and read its entrails.
Oh god. Yeah, you do. It's just like it's almost like a Red Lobster commercial where you just hear like they have this slow zoom on the lobster leg and they're like
Yeah.
You know how in Red Lobster commercials it has all that spray that comes out the top.
yes,
It's
yeah,
it's
that's
the same
exactly what
thing, but it also is all of our faces.
yes.
Yeah, I think my face is like really like dead. Like just a dead look is all the
You
blood.
have like blood all over your
Yeah.
chin and everything.
Some blue, some red.
Some white. You're very patriotic right now.
Anything for the cash.
Anything for the troops. In this house, we stand for the Lurks and we kneel for the swamp pearls. You did it. You
All right.
mostly survived. The boat is now
Sinking.
taking on water. It's not sinking, you know.
We'll get there.
Okay, so now one of us is going to have to bail out the boat as we keep going.
It's true.
If somebody's got a bucket, I'll do it.
Well, there's a bucket of worms that you've stolen from the villagers that I just assumed you stole from the villagers.
Does anybody want to eat these worms? And I'll use the bucket.
I
don't
mean,
want to dump perfectly good worms, you know.
let's just dump the worms into the boat and then
plug the
Maybe-
hole with.
Yeah, we stuffed
You
them into
just
the
hear
hole.
you just hear that's disgusting. You look over. I've got some of this lobster bug creature over the citronella torch, just like cooking it.
That's so gross.
How nasty.
I'll just
yeah.
dump the worms out and scoop water. Since I'm not helping
Nora,
push
if
anyways.
you want, you could probably engorge their worm blood in the hole to plug it.
Ooh,
Just get
yeah,
one of
let's
them.
do that. I'll just stick one in the hole and then.
It's like a really horrible cork. But yeah, you do it.
Isn't there like a an alcohol that has like a worm in it?
Tequila,
you-
right?
Tequila will
Tequila.
often have a worm in it,
What if-
or a scorpion or something to prove its purity. Yes.
Now we need a tequila with a worm cork instead.
Jesus Christ.
And as long as the top half of the cork, the bottom half of the cork is still, it hasn't rotted, you know it's good to go.
Exactly.
Top half is going to rot no matter what. That's just a given.
Yeah, so your boat's fine. You've bailed out the water. You're continuing on. Soon, within an hour or so, you start to hear this very low, lowing sound, just like across the swamp there, like a foghorn almost.
Mm.
Oh, that's it. That must be it. That's the way that we're supposed to go.
That's the frog weather vane.
The frog
Was it-
weather vane.
When I read the entrails of that giant thing, was it pointing this direction?
It's just a
the
big
lurker.
hand pointing.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
It was a literal arrow of
Yeah.
entrails.
Yeah, exactly. It's pointing this direction. So you continue onward. You get closer, and you hear this foghorn just louder and louder. It definitely sounds very metallic. And soon enough, you come to an open space where there's no trees or anything. There is like a wide berm. It almost looks like it was a road at one point before like grass and everything grew over it. There is a large domed structure ahead of you, poking out of the swamp. Most of the walls are made of this jade or green marble material in a style that you're unfamiliar with. The roof is tiled with slate, and atop of it is a maybe 3 foot tall bronze statue of this toad that the wind is catching and just like blowing sound from.
Are there any like carvings or inscriptions or anything on the archaic wall or on the statue?
There are words that are in Old Frogish.
All right, because I can read all languages, so I want to read the Old Frogish.
They're just general, so you can understand the meaning, or you understand the individual words, but the meaning is opaque. It's written in
Right.
frog poetry.
Oh, I studied that in second year.
So it's very flowery, very. They have an obsession with like certain deeds, but not deeds that humans would find interesting. It's like, on the 12th of May, Jeremy the frog ate 7 flies.
That's
That's
a lot
it.
of
It's
flies.
That kind of
Not
thing.
insubstantial.
Yeah, it's not.
I've
no.
never eaten that many flies.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe humans would be impressed with these kinds of things.
So I'm reading the inscriptions and like translating them aloud as I'm kind of like just reading them, and then so here with this little swirl, that's a and that was
Yes, basically the whole thing is a dedication to the frog people, and their god, the night toad.
The night toad.
Mhm.
Just to make sure, is that a KINT or an NIGH?
NIGHT, yeah,
Okay.
like the void toad, the
Okay.
night toad.
I was thinking
so
like Batman, but a frog.
I was gonna say Morbius.
Yeah, it is a Morbius.
This is a Morbius.
This is a Morbius.
Jared Leto's in here.
Morbius all the way down.
I'm gonna take a rubbing of the inscription.
Okay, you do.
Um,
You
and
could
then-
probably sell that for
Exactly.
not a lot of money to a college or something.
We'll see. And then I go, okay, so this must be the Frogoleum.
We discovered it.
Yeah, we discovered it. We should go inside and because I mean this is a swamp. Like the artifacts within, they're gonna start degrade. They're reaching their expiration date, so we should pull them out and
Yeah, the
sell them
museum is
to a
expecting
museum
us
for a
back
lot of
soon.
money. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like if we like tap on the screen marble, like you said, it was a metallic sound from the foghorn. Does this have the feel of metal or stone to it?
It's definitely stone. It's worked in such a way that you've never seen architecture quite like it. It's kind of nouveau. A lot of organic shapes and stuff. But it is not unearthly stone. It's just worked
Okay.
wall. No, the metallic sound comes from the weather vane up top, making
Okay.
that bellowing, ribbiting noise. And as you get closer, you realize it is ribbiting as the wind like blows through it.
Is it making any? Is the ribbiting noise anything that I would recognize as being in Old Froggish?
You
Or-
can read Old Froggish, but you can't speak it, so you wouldn't know.
Okay.
Sure. Actually, you read the walls, and you realize that the ribbiting, depending on the time of day, is like different prayers to the night toad.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna write down one or two of the prayers as
You
we
got it.
enter the Frogolium.
Yeah. So the main doors are the same green stone material. They've actually been propped open just by time, like has frozen them partly open. There's enough room to squeeze in one at a time.
I'm gonna light my torch, and I'm gonna take one of the poles from the boat and a pocket full of worms.
Okay. I got a pocket full of worms.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll grab
you
the other bowl.
you enter into a mildewed chapel-like space. Ahead of you, the floor is kind of tilted. Actually, there's a thin rivulet of water just constantly coming in from the open doors. Ahead of you, you see there's an altar stacked with rotting carcasses, and the stench hits you just as soon as you get in. There's also this like low buzzing noise just constantly in here.
The rivulet of water and the way it enters in, does that seem like an intentional thing, or does it seem like time and decrepitness?
Oh, it's just decrepit. It's like
Okay.
the whole thing is like tilted into the swamp.
Frog
Right.
Temple, you never know when water's coming in.
true.
It's architectural
Well,
feature.
this is according to some of the lore that you've heard. This is like one of the topmost towers of one of their underwater
Gotcha.
cities that has slowly crumbled into the pluff mud underneath.
Good thing we discovered.
Yeah, good thing.
Wow.
First ever. First try.
Yes, so
We did
there's an altar at the back with carcasses on it. The buzzing noise. There's a thin layer of mud on the floor. There are rows of stone pews, and then on either side of them there is a thick planter just covered with like weird rampant succulents.
I'm gonna go up to the altar.
Okay. As
Just
you
give it a
do-
look. Cover up my nose. You know.
Yeah. As you do, you actually hear a cough, like in the front row of pews.
Break a bottle.
And you hear, hello, who's there? Who's there? Show yourself.
Watch out, we got a British person here.
I'm gonna hold up the torch and go looking for the source of the Britishness.
Also,
Okay,
you should
so-
realize if it's an evil person and they're German, they will speak with a British accent also, too.
It's very true.
That's
Are
true.
you British?
What? No, I'm from Doghead Island.
German.
Kill him.
So as you raise the torch, you see that there are some exits to this room, besides the one you came in. There's one on the back wall behind the altar, and then there's a side door. You can also see bits and pieces of a mural underneath the pluff mud on the ground. But as you all approach the front, you see the source of the buzzing noise, which is just a carpet of flies just covering this altar. And
Couldn't eat all of them, could he?
in the front row of the church here, there is a man wearing like pretty fine silks that have been ruined by mud and blood. He does have the head of a dog, and he's got like a satchel and a backpack on the floor next to him. He is bleeding very heavily from a gash in his midsection.
Did you say Donkhead?
No, what? No. I'm
Oh,
a
I thought you
cynocephalus. I'm from Doghead Island.
Oh, I thought you said Donkhead Isle.
No, those fuckers over there wouldn't know what hit them if they could find it.
Oh, so Donkhead is a real place.
Of course it's a real fucking place. And he like coughs and a little bit of blood comes out.
What kind of dog is the head?
Jack Russell.
I won't hold it against him. I'm gonna
He's
take.
a pug.
Snorting.
I'm gonna rip some of his robe and use it to try and bind the midsection and give him my water skin.
He said, "Oh, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" And then you rip it. He's like, "Oh, I see. You're making a bandage, isn't it?"
Yeah, something like that.
Can we translate? Can we get a translator?
You want me to speak like what he's saying? You want me to translate it for you?
You do whatever you gotta do.
As long
He
as
says-
you speak it and then translate it afterwards.
He
I
says,
need the full
"Oh,
experience.
and he's saying, "What are you doing? It seems as if you're ripping my robe." Oh, I see. You were trying to help me.
What happened? What attacked you?
Oh, I've been hit by newt pirates, isn't it? I've been hit by newt pirates, isn't it?
Newt pirates, like the lizards?
The salt lizards, yeah.
Oh, we haven't seen any of those. Where did they go? Are they in the temple?
They've got a fort. No, they don't come in here, is what he says.
Okay.
Very thickly and Britishly.
There's a good TikTok where they do a funny fake British accent like that. You can't understand a word they're saying. And it's like mutated over the last week to just be like images of bloodborne creatures making disgusting sounds. It's the best shit. Anyways.
So you got attacked by salt lizards and then ducked in here to hide?
To avoid them, yeah.
Right.
To avoid them, yes.
Have you gone any further into here?
What the fuck would I do that for? I ain't gonna do any kind of exploring. What would the big old gas say, innit? I can't do that. I have been injured.
I think
I smashed another bottle just out of frustration.
Oh, why did you smash that? I'll quite drink some of that. Get me strength back up with it. Or a pint would be great right about now.
They're
all
I'll
American beers.
pour him a cup out of my bottle of booze. It's muddy and wormy now, but you know, it's still.
Oh, jeez. Boy, cheers.
Do you know anything about this frogolium?
He takes the cup and he's like.
I hate this guy.
I'm sorry, could you translate that? I couldn't understand it with the heavy British accent.
Yeah, he said, lick, 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 lick.
Drinks in British.
You got a bottle of water there?
I'm gonna take my water skin back and say no, but if you're worried about salt lizards attacking you again, I have these playing cards that actually frighten off salt lizards.
You can't bullshit a bullshitter. You can't bullshit a bulldog. That's two bullshits in there. You can't bullshit me.
I thought you were a pug.
Whatever kind of dog.
He doesn't even know.
He's a mutt and he's very sensitive about it.
Listen, my friend isn't lying. That's how we got here safely.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been bitten by salt lizards, and I have the cards.
I haven't been bitten by salt lizards since we got those cards.
Same.
Listen, I know pirates ain't gonna leave you alone because of the playing cards you've got.
Okay.
They leave you alone when they have your fucking money.
Well,
do you have any money?
No, I don't have any fucking money. The pirates took it.
Okay.
At least they didn't kill you.
They did though, actually, when you think about it.
Well, we're gonna go searching the rest of this, and then on our way out, we'll take you with us. We have a boat.
Right, sounds good. Thank you for the pint. Thank you for the drink.
You should come. You should come. You should definitely come with us.
I can't. I'm not doing that.
Very important question. You Dracula?
No, you ever seen a dog Dracula before? That's fucking insane.
Dogula.
Are you
Well,
I'm
Dracula?
just saying, there's once you get bitten, it doesn't matter what you were before. You're
That's
Dracula.
fucking
after that.
mental. That's what it is.
No, you should come with us, and then you could, get some treasure for yourself since you're broke now.
I'll
I
take
don't
a
wanna-
cut of whatever you bring back, that's for sure. But
Well, that's not gonna happen.
No, I don't think. Not if you don't come with us.
Well, no, I feel like I'm a bit better now. I think I'll head outside and take me chances.
No,
with
you're
the
definitely
soldiers.
not gonna go out there where our boat is either.
Yeah.
You look outside, the boat's just sunk.
Oh.
Oh, my.
No, yeah, you
were
can
in
have the boat.
there.
Never mind.
I will sell you the boat for whatever you have in your pockets right now.
Sounds good. And he jumps it out. So he thanks you. And he says, I'm going to get back to my caravan. You can take whatever I was going to sell. And you can just have it. So he gives you a little palm-sized painting of a cherub. A bolt of ruined silk.
This is like the most interesting person I've ever met.
And 10 silver coins.
I do want to shout out for a moment. Great piece of 1977 American horror cinema, Zoltan, Hound of Dracula, re-released in 1978 as Dracula's dog.
Oh, you're
Wow.
talking about old Zoltan? He ain't no Dracula. It's a common misconception. He was actually a hemophage, which sounds like a Dracula, but he ain't dead, and he ain't named Dracula.
Is that kind of like a?
Is he from the other aisle?
Yeah, he's from Donkhead Isle.
The
He's a real
Donkhead
fucking
Isle, yeah.
donkhead, if you know what I mean.
It sounds like you know a lot about Draculas.
I am. I was a Dracula hunter back in me day. Then I changed to a life of easy merchitude. And you see where that
Merchitude.
got me.
Maybe
I've been
you should go-
disemboweled in both my professions, actually.
If you head south, there's a town that could use a Dracula hunter. So
I believe you mean east, but I know the town that you're talking about.
didn't we travel north the whole time?
West.
Oh, whatever.
Good thing I didn't have the map.
We went north in at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Once
yeah.
we got
that's what I
here,
was
we
thinking
moved.
of.
We moved. I never paid attention. I just slapped things together, and then Micah was like, "You're going the right way."
Yeah, that's it. So he bids you adieu and kind of hunch over, crawls his way out of there. He leaves you your treasure.
I will take. I'll put it in the pockets along with the worms.
I'm gonna.
And so there were two there were two other exits. You said there was one behind the altar and then another one.
Yeah, there's a big door behind the altar, and then another side chamber, smaller door.
I just want to check out the altar. I know it's covered in a bunch of old dead bodies right now, but I just want to give it a look and see if there's anything else.
There's 2 candlesticks with black candles in them. They're burnt halfway down or more.
I was gonna
I'll just
ensnare
take
all
one of
the.
those.
Yeah, I was gonna ensnare all the blood he left behind.
You form it into a little pug that follows
Yeah,
you
yeah,
around.
yeah. I actually want to hover it
Blood.
over the altar to see if we can get the flies to come off to give us a better.
No, these flies are huge. They're
Oh.
pinky sized, and they're just very docilely crawling around each other. None of them are flying. They're just carpeting the altar.
I don't like it.
Let's keep it that way. Let's keep them from flying.
Yeah, never mind. We'll check out the side passage, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say side passage as well.
I'll send Blood Pug ahead of us.
So you enter this chamber. The way that the building is tilted, this one is almost entirely underwater. There's a set of stone stairs down and then a flat plane of water, and the room continues inward.
I'm going to take the pole and thrash it about in the water.
You okay. Roll me a d6, please.
That is a 5.
Yeah, you hear something in the water, you hear something splash into the water, and you can feel something bump against the pole, and then it swims away.
Did it feel big and strong, or just
It nudged you, that's for sure.
So behind the altar then.
Do you have a torch lit right now? It's pretty
I
dark in
do.
here.
Yeah, I have a
Okay.
torch.
So in the murky water, you saw this big shape swim against your pole and then leave, and you can also see a glimmer of gold at the bottom of the room.
Um,
I'm going in after it.
You're gonna go in? Okay.
Theo
I'm gonna
dives
follow.
in.
Yeah,
I'll follow.
I break a bottle, put it in my mouth, and I jump in again.
I'm
You
gonna-
swim down and you see a cracked bit of wall that leads out into the swamp. And you catch the back end of an alligator swimming out of it,
Ooh,
like swimming away from you.
maybe we scared it
And
off.
At the bottom, you see Tony just said he's holding the torch above the water. So you see a golden spear lying in the mud at the bottom of the room here.
Yeah, I'll grab it and see if I can
Yeah.
dislodge it and bring it up.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks out, and you bring. Are you bringing it back up that way? There's another exit off to the side. further in.
Yeah, I'll head back to them and tell them like, hey, looks like this continues on. Don't know how long it stays flooded if we keep going that way, but I found this shiny, sparkle, sparkle.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I am going to empty the water skin and use it as a impromptu breathing device to go from our side to the other side.
The room isn't so big that you'd need to breathe.
Oh, maybe I'm
Okay.
asthmatic.
Yeah, you get halfway across.
Crap.
You immediately breathe back out into it, and then you're just sucking in carbon dioxide. Yeah, you get across.
Okay.
So Tony, to catch up, Bats.
I could hear the whole time.
Oh, you
Perfect.
could. Okay, good. So
Yeah, if we can just swim across then now.
yeah,
I
you
think
can.
we'll just do
It's
that.
just underwater. It's not so deep or
Okay.
long that you can't.
I wasn't sure if it was like a tunnel or something.
No, it's just a room. The next hallway has more steps out, and you can get above the water.
Sick.
Everyone doing that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you head across. You come into a long hallway. There's a bunch of like friezes and alcoves on either side. They are empty, but it looks like there once were urns or something along this way. At the far end, there is a door that looks like it's been warped shut by moisture, and right in front of the door there is like a spittoon almost, this bronze frog with its mouth open like that. There are 3 torches sticking out of it.
Like people snuffed their torches inside of it.
Yeah.
Okay. The door is warped shut, like it's currently shut.
Yes, and you can see that the grain is like really wavy, and
Is it?
there's like no gaps on either side of the door.
What's the door made out of?
It's wood,
Are there hinges on it?
Yeah.
What are the hinges made out of?
metal.
I would like to enthrall that metal.
You have it under your spell.
Ooh.
Whatever fastens the hinges to the wall, I would like them to dance a little bit. So as long as I don't want anybody to feel like I'm robbing the agency of these hinges. As long as we're all okay with it, I would like them all to dance out.
Yeah, they do. It's still stuck in place, but you could probably just.
Yeah, I'll use the pole to knock the door over then, as soon as the hinges are unhinged.
Okay. So, the room floods with light. In the middle, there's this weird, twisted, black obelisk. There's nothing else inside. There's a little bit of dust. As you peek in, you can see that there are 2 more doorways. There's one on the what would that be? Northwest wall. So if you're coming in the south, you're coming into the north wall of this room. There's one to the northwest, and then there's one to the west.
I'm going to take a look at the obelisk and see if there's any kind of writing or
No,
carving on
no
it. No, it's
words, no discernible images.
creepy.
What if I touch it?
It feels like obsidian.
Um,
It looks like coral, feels like obsidian. There's no
Right.
discernible imagery to it.
and because we went through the water, all our torches are out, so we're in the dark right now, right?
Yes, there is some ambient light coming in from
Okay.
like cracks in the ceiling and stuff, but you don't have any torches
Yeah,
lit.
I think we should keep it that way because of the frog urn. And then maybe is there any distinguishing features on the doors, either door?
Let me consult my thing here.
Though I will swap out my water soaked torches for those
Ooh,
frog
smart.
earned torches, or
Smart.
everybody can have one or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, you pull them out. So the door to the northwest is small. It looks like the same door you just came in.
Okay.
But the door to the west is a little bit larger, more ornate. Not so much as just like the main entrance or the double doors beyond the altar, but it's still, noticeably larger.
Is it still like wooden?
Yes, yeah, it's still wood.
I'm gonna check to see if it's like locked or anything like that.
No, it's not locked. It's just warped, so you'd probably have to like push
Okay.
on it pretty hard.
I mean, I'm not the strongest, and I don't really.
There's
wanna
no
swing.
strength. You don't have to roll strength or anything. You just have
Okay.
to like, give it a.
Okay.
give it
Yeah,
a
for
good
sure.
tug.
I'll try to open it and peek on into the other side of the ornate door.
Yeah, you like shoulder check it, and it kind of opens a little bit. You're still like dragging it on the floor, but you can see past. There's another long hallway. This one a little bit wider. Still got those friezes of like frogmen eating children and burning villages and shit. Leads to a much larger room. The door to this one is actually open. Like it's a big double door, wooden still. One is closed, one is open. You can kind of peek in and see it's a much larger room with natural sunlight coming in.
As we go down the hall, I'm going to take rubbings of all the frogs breathing fire on burning down thatch roof cottages and such.
Yeah.
Did the accomplishments listed outside match the images we're seeing inside?
No. So the ones inside seem to be human working.
Okay.
The ones outside were made by frogs.
Okay. This is human classic human art.
Yes, yeah. So it seems like, I don't know who you've talked. Maybe the dog talked to you a little bit more. He kind of knows the history of this place that you've just discovered. So it was a frog person, like building, and then the humans. He's kind of unclear. They trapped a god or killed a god or something. They kind of used it as a memorial of like, don't ever let the frog lords happen again. And so like this is what happened, They're like,
Okay.
Remember when the frog lords torched and burned villages and ate children? Like maybe we shouldn't do that again.
Okay.
Seems
The
pretty
frogs were
biased
like,
to me.
yeah, we always burned and torched villages, but Jeremy ate 6 flies. So.
Okay, so I want to while Blue is making some rubbings of these horrifying frog destructions.
Atrocities.
I'll peek in. You said one of the doors is kind of like already open.
Yeah.
I just want to peek in and see if there's somebody else in there that might have opened it, or if it's just open from some long ago.
It's just like been open a really long time.
Okay.
But inside there are this area is kind of like a cathedral where there's like pillars spaced ever so often along the side. The roof is arched. There are some like really thin arrow slit windows almost in the roof that let in some sunlight. There are 3 long metal lead sarcophagi kind of arranged in an arc on the other side of the room. There is a big double door similar to the one out front that's made of stone, like at the very far back of the room. there are murals along these walls, and the floor is like alternating red and white checkers, like marble.
I'm gonna take 2 worms out of my pocket, and I'm gonna throw one of the worms on the red tile and one of the worms on the white tile, or on like any tile.
They just they slap there and like wriggle a little bit because they're worms and they don't have a lot of weight.
Perfect. It's safe. Okay, and then I'm gonna go towards the closest of the sarcophagi.
So you step into the room. There's like what do you call it?
What?
Like a dais almost. Like there's a little
Yeah.
concrete area, and then like a few steps down into the room. As you're on the concrete area, you get a better look at these murals, and they depict like frog generals dancing in like a very specific way, and they have like numerals next to them, and you can read that.
I am going to. So is it like, because there's there's numbers to them? That's like I'm gonna try and recreate the steps of this dance that is being depicted.
The dance of the
Yes,
frog
you see
generals.
beneath. Oh,
The
sorry,
dance of
Tony.
the
What did you
frog
say?
The dance of the frog generals.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna do.
You actually can you read above one of it. It's called the 7th Divine Hop Dance.
Love it. I'm gonna rename that as myself when I present it to the.
I call this the Blueberry Moor.
Yes, it's gonna be big with the kids.
Yeah, you start following that dance. It's pretty complicated. They had, frog legs. They could jump really far. But you kind of like twister yourself onto the tiles, and none of them move. Once you get closer, about halfway down the room, you notice that there are these big contraptions above the sarcophagi that are kind of hidden up in the shadows.
What kind of contraptions are we talking?
It's hard to tell. There's a lot of pulleys and stuff, but they look almost like big buckets.
Okay. How heavy do the lids on the sarcophagi look?
They're open.
Oh, they're open. Perfect.
Yes, they're just deep enough that you can't really see into them.
I'm gonna huck a worm into the first one.
You hear it thwack against something.
Classic worm thwack.
Perfect.
A classic worm thwack. Yeah.
I'm gonna stick my head over then look.
So you're continuing the dance over to the closest coffin.
Yes.
Yes. So you see that inside there is a frog man. It is about 9 feet tall. It is withered and dried, as if a frog had been laid out on the sidewalk and died.
Hot.
The name engraved above it is Foon Thal. And in his coffin, arms crossed like that, he has a red axe. And then on his shoulder is a hawk made of crystal.
Damn.
I'm going to. Okay. So a withered frog is probably pretty light, right?
Perhaps.
So I'm gonna
This one is
take.
9 feet tall.
I'm gonna take the axe, and I'm gonna put the hawk in my pack, and then I'm gonna try and sling the frog corpse over my shoulder. Because it belongs in a museum.
Yes. So.
Wait. Hold on.
I don't think it's
Better
okay.
idea.
Yeah,
Better
okay.
idea. I am going to take the axe, and I'm gonna slice my thumb open and squeeze a drop of blood into. What did you say their name was? Foonthal? Foonthal. Into Foonthal's open mouth. And then I'm going to engorge the blood to revivify Foonthal. Is either the
Why?
best or worst idea that I've ever had.
Oh my goodness. Why? Why are you doing that?
I'm literally on the other side of the room, still just sitting here watching. I'm like, I don't know if I want to cross this room.
I don't know
yet.
those moves.
Yeah, you do that. It does. It revivifies it. You said you had his axe?
Yes.
Okay. So you do that. You see the frog like plump up. The skin kind of crackles like dried leather or something. But then as you're watching, color like floods back into it. And up sits this like sapphire blue frog prince, regal and terrible. And he croaks at you in the frog language. You do not understand, but it's like
I cast enchant metal on the lead sarcophagus. Or enthrall metal.
Yeah, he gets up as the lead starts shifting around him, grabs his hawk off his shoulder and whispers a word to it.
Oh no, the hawk's in my pocket.
He whispers a word and the hawk in your pocket starts flapping its wings. He steps out of the sarcophagus, looks down, sees the floor that you're standing on, looks at the murals and sees the 7th holy hop dance. And he very specifically takes a foot and steps on one of the panels that aren't in the dance. And as he does, the 3 buckets above tip forward, releasing their herbal revitalizing water into the other sarcophagi.
Oh no.
And you hear the croaking of 3 frog lords waking back up from their century-long slumber.
Hit him with the axe.
I am going to as the water is I am going to cast Engorge Blood on him again. Okay, so in Live and Let Die, when James Bond hits Kananga with the shark gun and he inflates?
Yes.
That's what I want to do with the Engorged Blood.
Okay, so I think because it's already engorged, and because it's your blood, if you do it again, it will, and successfully do it, it will engorge the blood and do what you want, but it will also do damage to you because it's quantum entangled blood.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm totally down with this.
All right.
Always happens in the frog swamps. Quantum entangled blood.
So
I'm still just sitting there watching. I'm basically sitting there if Blue can solve this without me, I'll cross. If these 3 frogs are still getting up in 30 seconds, I'm leaving. Those are my 2 options right now.
Okay, let me write some stats down real quick.
Yeah. I also didn't know if I was able to move the the iron sarcophagus or not.
Yeah, so you are doing that. Why don't we all roll initiative real quick while I figure out their stats?
Great.
Yes.
I rolled a 1.
Hell yeah. I got a 6, so that's a success.
Because I don't have anything to fight frog lords.
What? Come on, you got a bottle. Stats. You got a whole bunch of them.
Man, I bet you wish you had kept that mouse potion now, huh?
No way.
Throw it on them.
Could have turned them into D6 mice. Okay, I've got their stats ready. It's not good. Go ahead. What do you? So who won and who lost initiative?
I got a 1.
Okay,
I got a 6.
You won.
I succeeded.
We'll see if he saves.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, that succeeds. I shouldn't have made you do a wisdom check anyway. You're already doing it to an inanimate object. Yeah, that's gonna collapse. Let's see if he can save to avoid it. He does. In fact, he's got good reflexes despite the long
I
years.
point to one of the things on the wall where it shows them avoiding the same trap aeons ago.
Yes,
I'm like,
it says it's part of the holy dance.
Yeah,
we should leave.
Out of curiosity, as he moves out of the way and as this thing moves across the floor, does he step on other tiles now?
Yeah, but the pulleys have already gone.
No,
They're,
that's
like,
fine. That just
flapping.
now I know for sure that theoretically
Yeah, it's
what
fine.
what
Yeah.
was going to happen has happened.
Yeah, it was that.
Sure.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
The big stone doors behind the sarcophagi here.
Yes.
Does it look like they need something beyond just somebody really strong pushing them to open them? Or does it need to be somebody strong to push them open?
No. So in Frog and in Common, you can see the words "Leave as you entered" above the arch.
Gotta walk out backwards.
Leave as you entered. We just walked in, didn't we?
We did.
Am I assuming correctly that this is some sort of riddle for the door?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk into the door then.
Yeah, you kind of you just like go around the fighting.
Yeah, there's no way I'm fighting 3 frog lords. There's no.
Yeah, you're
way.
a thief, so you kind of like skitter and roll and do all kinds of shit to avoid their noticing. They're pretty into just fighting Nora and Tony now because they seem to be the combatants. But you get around to the door and you give it a push. It's pretty heavy, but not more so than any of the other doors in here. They seem to be like very well counterbalanced.
Okay. Yeah, I want to push it open enough to go to look in to see what's beyond.
Squig or Blue? What do you want to do?
I already tried to do the thing with the, or was that beforehand?
That. Yeah, we'll count it. We'll count it for your thing.
Okay.
Okay, so Blue, what are you doing? There is a hawk trying to claw its way out of your pocket right now.
Sounds like a day that ends in Y. So all 3 frogs are out.
Yeah.
The
other 2 are like still clambering out of their sarcophagi, but the one that you gave first is ready to go.
Okay. I am going to shit, I don't have many spells left.
That's what I want to get more treasure and then we can just run away. The frog lords will destroy this place just like the Draculas.
You're gonna unleash 2 evils onto this one.
Well, the other one was already unleashed. Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to I'm gonna look over at Squig and give him like the Terminator thumbs up. And then I'm going to grab Foon Thun in like a bear hug, and then I'm gonna cast transmute flesh to air.
You can just do it to him. You don't have to do it yourself.
I know.
No, this is important.
I love it.
Okay, because you're sacrificing yourself, you do it.
So
you don't need to roll.
I want to make sure that he doesn't get away because he's tricky.
You get him. He goes, and then he just like effervesces away, as you also do.
The axe just falls to the ground.
Yes, yeah. The hawk falls out of your empty pocket. The axe falls to the ground. All of your treasure is gone. There's now 2 just skeletons that just like.
What the?
What do the other 2
I start
do?
crying like profusely.
What do the other 2 frogs do?
They're just like.
they get back in and just close.
They're just like, what the fuck is going on? I point and I go back to bed.
They like start getting in their sarcophagi and like laying down again. They like pull this glass sheet over top of them and they're just like.
Oh my god. Squig, we need to get some treasure and get out of here.
I dropped the lead sarcophagus and grab the axe because that seems like good stuff to have.
Yeah, there was the axe and there was that.
What's going on with the hawk?
Is the hawk still like animate now?
Yeah, it's like rah, rah, making hawk noises and flapping around.
I'm gonna
Quick, steal its blood and fly away.
feeling high and mighty right now. I'm gonna point at it and go to bed, and then ignore it after that.
It just kind of roosts up in the rafters, and there's like a little tink as a little pebble falls down. It shit.
I picked that up. It's gonna be worth something.
It's gravel.
Oh. Yeah, I pick up the axe and I guess make my way over to where I was pointing it at them the entire time.
Yeah, the other frogmen are like,
We'll come back.
Oh my god.
yeah. So you enter the last room.
Yeah, what's in here? I think I'm having a midlife crisis suddenly.
There is a 12-foot tall stone statue of a toad. The back is all pockmarked with strange little divots and stuff, leaking a weird jelly-like fluid.
Is it blood?
The eyes of the statue are two gems, like red gems. This thing.
This is what I'm good at. I have advantage to climbing.
At this point, you feel a cold breeze caress your ear, your new Lurk ear that is extra sensitive, and you hear Blue's voice saying,
It's free real estate.
Blue, you are now a bodiless spirit, earthbound. But you're here still.
Hell yeah.
You never died, technically, I
I
suppose.
just became,
You sublimated.
Became air.
became air. Wow. I belong in a museum.
Am I a Dracula?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb the statue. It's like the
Alright.
one thing I'm good at.
Yes. So you can climb. You'll climb regardless, but I think this check is going to see what happens with the jelly.
Jelly.
That's
Mhm.
under Dex.
Yes.
Oh
so
yeah,
if you fail, you still climb, but you
I got a 5 under my 7.
Okay, cool.
Hell
Great.
yeah.
So yeah, you clamber up. You avoid the jelly as you're going. These like fist-sized tadpoles slurp out of it, and they kind of like they almost lunge at you, but they're kind of weak. So like if you'd been slower climber and like less attentive, they would have definitely like grabbed a hold of you. But as it is, they
Gross.
just kind of like fall down to the ground and begin squirming in the pile of jelly that is slowly growing. You climb
I
up to
think
the
I
top.
throw up.
You do.
Oh my god. But yeah, when I get up there, I'm gonna try to pry him out for Squig to catch.
Yeah, you do. You just like hook your dagger in there and blunk, blunk.
The first one
what do
hits
you
the ground because I pick up one of those tadpoles and just
Before you do, the tadpole, you feel a tingling sensation as the tadpole like merges seamlessly onto your hand.
excellent.
It's just the back half of a tadpole flapping.
That's fine. I smashed the back half of it.
Oh god.
It pops like a cyst.
Excellent.
I think I throw up again.
You can feel this strange sensation moving throughout your arm, getting
Yeah.
closer and closer to your core.
Hold on, let me Google something real quick.
Do tadpoles have blood?
Tadpoles have blood.
Have blood.
Well, you have
They
blood
do.
and it's in you.
That's true. I'm gonna ensnare that tadpole's blood. My skin is pretty soft at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna pull it out through the skin.
Oh my god.
Okay, you can. It's quick thinking, but I think it'll ruin that arm.
Do you really need it?
You'll blend in with the swamp folk more.
Well, that arm will still be hanging there. That's the hard part.
You can cut it off. By that point, there's no blood in it.
Do I think I could
snap
pull?
it off?
Do I
Really?
think I could pull it back out the same way it came in?
No, it's like dissolving already.
Wait. If I'm a ghost and not dead, can I cast spells or no?
Yeah, you can cast spells. You just can't touch anything.
I engorge the blood on the desiccated arm.
Okay.
Oh, to like bring it back?
You're trying to bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay, so you pull all the tadpole gunk out.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you've got it like swirling. You can see that it's actually fighting you. It looks like ferrofluid now. Your arm is just dangling. Nora, you're trying to save it before it like goes septic and dried out?
Yes, I'm trying to basically like I did with the frog gods.
The frog gods that are sleeping
Yes.
forever.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. You do it. The arm plumps back up. It's going to be a little iffy. I think Nora has to continue concentrating on that for a while for it to like return to homeostasis. But...
I'm just gonna like possess the arm.
Okay, good.
It's the axe arm also too. So you can do what you want.
You got the
with
axe.
And then I'm just like the arm's just gonna flop up and go.
Perfect.
I think I throw up again.
All right. So you've avoided the tadpoles as you come back down. Are you just jumping down? That's like not too big. I
Yeah.
Yeah. You just.
I'm like manic at this point. I'm like, we need to leave.
Yeah. And I scoop up the diamond, the gems off the ground.
Yes.
If we can sink this place, that's probably for the best. But...
You just hear Blue's voice. Do a flip as you jump off.
Do a standing backflip.
Yeah, you jump off that thing, you run out. You see the frog lords are still like, hey, we're good, we're cool.
Sleep.
They close their eyes really exaggeratedly.
My hand just comes up, goes to Squig's eyes, and they're like, it's like very Vincent D'Onofrio in Men in Black.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are you retracing your steps then?
Yeah.
All the way through. Yep. You go back. You go through the alligator room. It still hasn't returned. You eventually come back into the chapel. You see the slick of blood. Or no, the blood pug is still just sitting there. But like out of blood. So it's like at the water where you left it. You go outside. Your boat is gone, but the berm kind of leads back in the direction of the town. And yeah, you did it.
Amazing.
Congrats, you survived.
The end? Question mark.
The end.
I have a good cry when we get outside.
Yeah, we can have some epilogues here. What do you all do afterwards? You have your share of the gems. Or the swamp pearls. You have these 2 gems. So let me tell you, just straight up, those are the eyes of the demon prince.
Nice.
So the left is extremely cold and grants the wearer the ability to create micro black holes at the cost of debilitating pain and reduced lifespan.
Cool.
The right allows the wearer to see whatever the left sees, and on full moons appear where the twin is. Wearing them together renders you blind without them and grants the demon prince a hotline to your head. But you can see into the dark.
How much are they worth, though?
I don't know. You'd have to get them appraised by a wizard or something.
Because I know Scab would definitely do the thing where they like make enough money to retire here, but they only stay retired for like a year, and then they're like back to dungeon delving again.
They've actually retired like 3 times.
Yeah, this they're like in their mid-20s, and they're like have retired so many times and haven't died yet. So,
So yeah, you're selling those off. Is anyone returning to the village?
To Ulk? No.
Yes.
No.
I mean, yeah. I guess does the berm lead back to Ulk? Because if
yes,
so,
it leads back in that direction. But you can get off at any time. Like I said,
I'd be curious to see how it's doing.
I can tell you afterward. We can do a little retrospective afterward.
We can narrate what we do, and then he can give us a little.
Yeah.
Vignette.
Squig, what do you do after this? Are you sticking around with them, or are you?
I mean, with them, one of them's sticking around with me. I think.
Yeah.
they are in my arm right now. I think at some point we just see Squig standing over the bodies of a bunch of like dead, whatever passes for newts in this swamp, and just like
cleared out the newt folk. Then
soaking their blood up repeatedly.
Oh,
and then we like see him like. And we look down and we see he's only got one arm, but there's like a little itty bitty arm coming out where it was.
Yeah, you see Squig from the back, and they're standing on a pile of newt corpses, and they turn around and they've got like the mind flayer tentacles.
Right, and then we see that I've also got my arm soaking in blood, trying to grow Blue a new body.
Trying to grow it back. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ugh. Blue, what do you do as an earthbound spirit now? I'm gonna go haunt my sister because she was always kind of rude to me in our childhood.
I'm gonna return back to the wizarding college and get tenure and have a more or less eternal career as like a windbag kind of professor.
Literally.
Yeah.
Probably. They give you a mannequin, and like once you get tenure, they give you a mannequin to possess. I'm just gonna wander around, clicking and clacking all the way through.
I'll be like what's his name from Hellboy? The gas.
Oh, the gas dude. Yeah,
the German gas dude. Yeah, that's my retirement plan.
Do you also do that scene in the locker room where you like have the lockers opening and shutting?
Yeah, that's if you forget your homework.
Yeah, I found it. Shoot it out at him. Yeah, so what happens in the swamp after you've all left? So the town of Ulk has all been transformed into rat folk. They still have a vampire problem, except now he's just drinking rat blood, so his ambitions grow a little bit farther. Within 50 years, he does become the undisputed evil overlord of this swamp. At some point, though, he does contend with an evil army of frog folk who have resurrected themselves through the junk DNA of their mammalian usurpers, and it becomes this whole bloody war between the two factions. And then after that, who knows? Who knows what happens? We'll see who wins. But yes, that was a game of Bastards. You successfully went through the Batrachian swamps.
Successfully.
We didn't get killed.
Yeah.
Well,
that's right. No,
you didn't get killed.
Somebody sacrificed themselves,
and they're not dead.
I
became a ghost.
Let's do our reaction roll. Reaction roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game we just played and talk about that game today. We are playing Bastards with Micah Anderson, and I had an absolutely great time. Micah, for folks who are joining us late, why don't you tell people a little bit about what Bastards is?
It's a pretty rules-light retro game. There's 3 stats. There's a luck stat that kind of takes place of a save. It's in the vein of a troika or an old school D&D. The spell system is very freeform. I have 2 D20 lists of actions and objects, and that kind of gives you access to spells like Enthrall Blood or Engorge Blood or any of the other blood-based spells that we've seen today. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to run, but that might be because I read it. Although earlier in stream, you'll probably see a place where I forgot one of the rules that I had written and had to look it up. And it was very easy to do that.
It happens. And you're working on a second release of it right now, right? You released an Ashcan
this is
version.
Actually the second edition, I guess you could call it, although pretty much nothing changed between the two. Just some health differences. I increased base health, but
based.
this new health is pretty based. But as you advance, you gain less of it. So
Awesome.
well, actually, we can all do that right now. You succeeded on your mission, so why don't we all advance someone?
Excellent.
So each of you, now that you're level 2, you can either increase your health by 1, or you can try to improve a stat.
I'll take the health.
I'll
Okay, so
try and do a stat.
Yeah, I will try also.
So Bats, your health goes up by 1. You're now at 12 health.
Nice.
And then you two, you choose which stat you want to try to improve, and you roll 3d6. And if it goes over the stat, you increase the stat by 1.
Hell yeah.
I like that. It
Nope.
did.
Okay.
Mine did not. I tried to.
Well, you're
increase
dead,
my-
so it makes sense.
It's
Yeah. So yeah, that's advancement. That's all you do basically. You just keep
Amazing.
doing that. Anything like gaining new spells or new abilities or whatever is like done in game. You know,
Yeah.
like you have to seek out a monk who teaches you how to fight with a staff or whatever that Nora had, and then you can get a new ability or whatever, or you find some spell words engraved in the god frog's reliquary there, you know, like that kind of thing.
Cool. I had a blast playing, but let's meet our other players. Let's hear what their thoughts were. Let's start with Nora. Nora, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Bastards?
So I'm Nora. I run Monkey's Paw Games, and this is the 5th or 6th time that I'm playing Bastards. And I'm just going to say it. As a pure Edition Wars discourse starter, I'm going to officially start the Bastards Edition Wars and say that 2nd edition is a total sellout cash grab. 1st edition is where all the true the BSR, I'm the original of the Bastard revival.
I think it's the Bastard School, so it'd be BS.
Yeah, exactly. No, I really like Bastards. It's what I love about it is it's one of those systems like, vanilla game or even like Mouse Ritter, which as far as I'm concerned is the best Into the Odd, but it's basically just like the easiest and best way to run elf games or whatever. Like, even when you didn't remember the rule, it took 30 seconds to come up with the rule, and when it wasn't explicitly written down, it was very easy to come up with rulings for things. So like I think I looked at my character sheet twice, and the rest of the time it was just like we just kind of went, and I love any kind of game where I don't have to do like all of the bookkeeping and whatever is totally like how much or how little that I want to do, and the rest of it is just like tinkering around with stuff and kind of like, hey, I have this idea for something, and then the rest of the players and the GM will be like, yeah, I think it'll work like this. So
I do think the 1st edition of Bastards had the greatest character sheet that I've ever done.
Yeah, it's pretty
which was
spectacular.
just the end paper was blank that said character sheet
Yeah,
above it.
yeah.
Notebook paper.
Love it. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask Micah?
No, I don't think so. I think everything.
We have pretty similar design ethoses.
Yeah.
And discussions about design ethos anyway.
Yeah. Awesome. John, how about you? Introduce yourself to folks and tell us what it was like to play Bastards.
Yeah, so I'm John, or Bats, or whatever people want to call me now. Who knows? And I have played Bastards. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time. And I like it specifically for basically what we did, like a dungeon crawl one shot, where it's like I don't have to feel bad about wanting to press the button and do the thing that's gonna obviously get me killed, because it's pretty I don't know, I wouldn't say it's forgiving, it's the opposite of forgiving, but it's not like, I guess, punishing. Even like I feel like the last times I've played it, even when I have died, making another character is like really easy to get back into it. But yeah, it just feels very. I guess no pressure, I guess, is the best way to put it. There's just like there's no pressure. You don't have to worry about your character that much. So if you just want to like go through a dungeon, do some exploring, and cause some trouble, it seems like the easiest way to do it is just use Bastards, because you don't have to. There's just no pressure. That's the best way to put it, I think.
Yeah, love it. Any questions on your side?
Yeah. My question for Micah is, what gives you the right?
I'm a game designer, baby. I am at your table.
I guess the only question I have that isn't a joke question is, are you going to release this adventure, and when?
Yes, that's something that Nate and I have been talking about. So Nate Tremay helped me write this. We're also working on a few others. Huh?
It's got frogs in it. That makes
sense. Yeah. We are also working on some other stuff. This is part of a proposed series of zines, adventures, hex crawls, whatever, that we're tentatively calling an atlas.
Ooh.
And I think my idea for that is that the hex crawl map has some hexes missing here and there, and they're supposed to kind of like meet up like a puzzle piece with other zines. So eventually it will form almost like a big region thing, or at least that's the plan on my end. It depends on how the inspiration strikes.
Yeah, that's cool. I think that's the best.
But yeah,
way to build
it will be published eventually. I was looking into doing like the pre-order thing that you did with Crush Depth Apparition and Wizards in the Waste, where we do a pre-order to fund a print run.
That'd be sick.
But yeah, I don't know when. It's kind of in the cards still, you know.
We need more adventures. If there's one thing I always am looking for, is an adventure to put in my big adventure folder, so I can run it.
Put your big red dog mask on because you want more adventures.
Based and Clifford pilled.
There he is.
Yeah, was that supposed to be Luke there in the chapel?
It is now.
You're making a big red dog faced person.
Yeah, he's a big pit bull person with a big
bottle of water.
I got a bottle of water, and it is a Tuesday, so we got to go into the dungeon.
That's like the best character I've ever had in any dungeon crawl.
Thank you. That was off the dome.
No, I had a blast. This is I played Bastards once before with Vi running it for a Dissonant Whispers stream with the iDungeon out of Dissonant Whispers.
Yes, I think that's
super enjoyable.
I remember watching that.
Yeah, I was in that one.
Oh, okay. So we have played together.
Yeah,
then. That's it. I couldn't remember, but I don't feel like we didn't get into Magic with that one. Like, I think we all had like I don't think we got to show the spell system on that stream.
Yeah, I don't think
at all. And I was super excited to see a lot of Magic come out in this one. I was also super excited that we both got blood spells. Because it was just that with it also being a vampire that we were theoretically at some point going to encounter if we made good choices in life. Made it a really enjoyable kind of thematic exploration. I also at one point towards the end thought about what if I sent some of the blood from one of those giant frog creatures into this withered frog husk I have in my pocket, and didn't do that because I was like, we don't have that 10 minutes right now. And so yeah, it's super enjoyable. Exactly like what I love when I sit down to play in this space. And yeah, like vanilla game, like Down We Go, like other ones, just like the ability to hop in, get going, not have to worry, make fun choices and kind of see what happens. It's super great. I'd love to ask a little bit more about the adventure, because I think the game from a player standpoint is very approachable. From a GM standpoint, I don't think I would have any trouble sitting down and just running it. But for somebody who isn't used to like systems light stuff, for the future edition or for the adventures that you're doing, what are some of the things that the GM is going to be looking at, like on the backside to help them and give them tools?
Well, so this adventure, there's no stats in it at all. It's mostly random tables and like entries. I will say that I have increased the Bastards bestiary, which was I liked how small it was because I liked the idea of being able to take like 3 monsters and just kind of extrapolate them
Mhm.
into anything. But I also like writing monsters, so I just added more this time. So, for instance, like with the Lurks, I just took the giant ant stat block from Bastards, and instead of giving them a stinger, I gave them silk or whatever. So there's not much actual GM stuff in here. There's a little bit of advice on the hex map thing that says roll a d6 every time you cross a hex boundary. On a 1, roll for an encounter. So there's that, which is kind of also in Bastards. I have rules for exploration or whatever. But yeah, the rest of it's pretty open-ended. I mean, you can kind of tailor it to whatever kind of game you want to run. So like if you wanted the Lurks to be less dangerous, I gave them 3 HD, and that was probably a lot. But if you wanted them to be less like, because I wanted them to be a pretty credible threat, horrible beasties. But if you wanted them to be kind of a nuisance that you could like crawl through, just make them like 1 HD or kind of thing. So the whole adventure is pretty open-ended with regards to that. There are a bunch of tables, however. There's like an encounter table. There is a very, very light dungeon. Like the rooms are coded, but there's no connections. It's just 4 rooms. It's more of a point crawl than a dungeon is. Yeah. And then the Toad dungeon is pretty well brought out. There's a table of loot, a D6 table for treasures, and then there's a D6 table for NPCs that you might meet along the way. For instance, the Fraser one is Files and Nazer, traveling twin psychologists and hobbyist sommelier, competitive to a fault, chased out of the nearest city at torch point.
Chased out of the nearest city. That's great.
Yeah. No, and I love it. Like that's my speed. It's one of the things I know that it was when we talk about rules light stuff and people are always like, well, what do I do? And I'm like, you just play and have fun. And they're like, I don't know how to do that. And I'm like, let's figure it out.
Right.
Just do it.
Yeah, but I also love the space of, and I think some of the best of the time is like letting that stuff live in the adventures and letting the world kind of emerge and letting the players at the table all of a sudden have fun with weird blood stuff repeatedly is where I think some of the best play actually emerges. So 100% my speed, but yeah. Go ahead.
It's also a bit of a consideration with layout where, I wanted this to be 20 pages. I don't want it to be huge zine. So my thought is, do I add 2 to 4 pages of bestiary or 2 to 4 more pages of like what kind of people you meet in the swamp and more locations and stuff, And I think it's more valuable to have more, I don't want to say content, but content to the adventure,
Right. No, agree.
Rather than having 4 pages of 5e stat blocks where I fit 3 creatures on and tell you what exactly a Lurk does differently than a giant ant,
Right. And that also
especially when it's so lightweight.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
You just have like, the 3 templates for like easy, medium, and hard monster basically. And
yeah, Bastards does not have very many stats for the monsters. It has HD, AC if it has any, the attacks, and then the save. So that's all you need to run that.
It also, if you keep it slim like that, it leaves a lot of space for when you release Total Bastards, the 300-page A4 hardback book.
Finally, Zweihander will have a competitor. I'm gonna put my 600 pages of shitty lore in there.
Bastard sword.
For every $100 you send me, I'll write you a page of shitty lore.
Wait till I talk about my Skaven.
So.
They're different. They're from a town called Ulk.
And we made them.
And you made them.
This is the Skaven origin story. I had a blast. If you are watching right now, if you go to ttrpg.link /BastardsGame, it's going to take you over to Micah's itch right now. Later on, whenever Bastards is live, we'll relink that to go straight to the game. So depending on when you're watching this, it'll take you to the best place to find more information about Bastards, or at least a place to find out more information about Bastards. While you're over there, you can also check out the Ash Clan / first edition of Bastards over on Micah's page also too. You get started playing right away. I loved. I think I have played. I don't think I played a cleric last time. I think I had a thief. I did love the diviner, and I just loved the ability to smash frogs in between my hands and then know which direction I should be headed. I think every game needs a character class that does that. So
if it makes you feel better, Tony, the cleric is still in there. I have, what is it, 36 extra subclasses in the back, the GM section of it.
Wow. All those subclasses, folks. Go get it right now.
The shit you don't need is all in the back of the book. You know?
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to play again sometime. We don't have a good way that we end stream, so until next time, we're just going to wave at the camera until I take us off air. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.